Can you believe it, guys? Christmas, just a week away. Wow. I'm so happy about this information. There you go. Alrighty. Let's see. Can you believe it, guys? Christmas, just a week away. There you go. There you go. Okay, that works. That works. That works too. Why is it not? Oh, I'm so stupid. Wow. I'm so dumb. Ain't no way. There you go. Yeah, I'm so stupid. Over here, got the. I muted the game so I could hear if the stream had audio or not, and over here like why is it why can't I hear anything from the stream? Over here muted the whole system, like insane. Anyways, yeah, how's it going, everybody? Hope y'all are doing well. What's it called? Back with another Steins stream. It's number 3 this week, actually. I think. No, not number 3. Number 4 this week. You know, excited to play this game again. It's been a day or so. But yeah, you know, like I mentioned, like past couple streams, taking a little break from like content creation, in the sense that like making a new video, trying to recover from the Steins Gate video, because that took a lot out of me. So just having fun playing Steins Gate 0. But videos will still be coming. I still have a bunch of ideas I want to do, so don't worry about that. They will be coming. But yeah, so you know, back with Steins Gate 0. Last time we what did we do? Suzuha got sick. We saw Okabe get pulled up on and almost killed. Okabe, Maho, and Dr. Luskinen. He also tried to stop participating in the Amadeus project, all that stuff. We learned about Kaguri, like all that stuff, like that Daru and Suzuha are looking for her, and that the Christmas party's today. So yeah, honestly, I don't really have much to say, so let's just get back into it. Hope you all are having a great day, by the way. It's early, well, it's almost midday, but it's early-ish compared to when I usually stream, so bit of a difference. It's Saturday, you know, trying to have some fun. But yeah, anyway, so let me skip this so I can. There you go.
Okarin, 今日ラボでクリスマスパーティーやるって言っておいたよね。ちゃんと覚えてる?
Alrighty. Mayuri's voice sounded really excited.
Oh, もちろん.
Of course she did. Mayuri has spent a lot of time preparing for this day. She was probably really looking forward to it.
どうかな? 来られそう?
行くよ。6時からだろ?
今、大学?
いや、和光市。知り合いの教授の研究室みたいなところにお邪魔してる。
和光市.
She had no idea where Wako City was, did she?
間に合う?
大丈夫だ。
よかった。待ってるね。
Her voice got fainter on the phone for a second, and I heard the other girls.
オカリンさん、女子全員でサンタコスして待ってます。待ってるにゃ。
Bears.
待ってます。
Is that?
ほらルカ君も。
Oh, that's a Kako. Okay.
僕は女子じゃ。
Oh, wait. That was nine. That was nine. Wait, I'm not a
ル
girl.
カ君はコスプレしてるんですよ。
Kai, yeah.
脱ぎます。今すぐ脱ぎます。あらもったいない。すごく似合ってるのに。
That's Yuki. There you
盛り上がってるな。
go.
今絶賛準備中なのです。マユシーなんか超ミニスカのサンタさんでめちゃくちゃキュートなんですよ。ちなみにパンツの色はピンクでしたぜ。
Who said that?
ああ、ふぶきちゃん何言ってるの。
Oh, that was Fubuki? Wow, her voice got. Wow, okay.
ごめんね、変な話して。とにかく待ってるからね。
ああ、
それじゃあまた後でね。
Jonna, sound like the party had already begun at the lab. With all the girls there, I'm sure they were having a good time. Luca, you're the only guy. Hang in there. I chuckled and put away the phone.
ずいぶん賑やかだったわね。
It was Maho who spoke to me. Actually, only Maho and I were in the
今
room.
日友達とクリスマスパーティーをやる予定なんだ。
ああ、そういえばもうそんな時期なのね。
君はそういうのには無頓着そうだな。
こっちに来てからは特にね。普段はいつもここにいるし、最近会う人といえば警察の人ばかりだし。
I tried to force a laugh at Maho's joke and look around the room. It was dead silent. The exact opposite of the noisy laugh I just heard on the other side of the phone, in fact. Nothing had changed since the first time I come, which meant that it was still only Maho and Dr. Lusker that were working here. The professor had been meeting with different researchers all the time since he'd come to Japan, so he wasn't spending much time in his lab. That means Maho was spending most of her time cooped up in here alone. Well, that's normal for a scientist, I guess, but...
よかったらヒヤジョさんも参加するか？
After what happened, she probably needed a chance to blow off some steam.
私？気を使わなくていいわ。こうして一人で研究できる方が気が楽なの。人間関係に煩わされずに済むから。
そんなものか。
Kurisu had said similar things. Kurisu, huh?
それより本題に入りましょう。
That's right. I didn't come all the way to Maho's lab to make small talk.
クリスに謝りたいとさっき言ったわよね。
ああ、
そのために私のところに来たと。
そうだ。
なぜ？
一人じゃ話しづらいんだ。
それで私に仲裁をしてほしいと。
そういうことになる。
変な人ね、あなた。
Maho's reaction surprised me. I don't know what it was. You're a weird guy. Was I that weird?
最後に話
Yes.
した時に俺が動揺しすぎたのが悪いんだが、かなり強引に話を打ち切ってしまったんだ。クリスの性格を考えると確実に怒ってる。中途半端につながっている分、見えないプレッシャーで四六時中ビクビクしている身にもなってくれ。
Dr. Luskinen had been trying to help me out, but I would have felt better if he just stripped me of access.
そんなにびくつかなくてもクリスからは連絡しないようになっているわ。そう言ったでしょ。
そうなんだが、喧嘩別れみたいなことにもなりたくないんだ。
Never wanted to go through what I experienced in the Alpha World Line again. In that world line, I'd never been able to figure out what she was trying to tell me at the end.
まあいいわ。仲裁でも何でもするから要件を済ませてしまいなさいよ。
助かるよ。
せっかくのクリスマスイブなんだから少しは気の利いたことを言ってあげたらどう？
What? Did she want me to call her or something? What the heck? Why the game stopped the autos? This is the AI. This is AI voice. Oh, look at that. Hades is out. That's funny. This is the AI. This is AI voice. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Wow. I got 6 trophies. Yippee! Alright, let's see. Alrighty, let's see. I imagine. Yeah. She wanted me to just call her.
おまさかまた連絡してくるなんては何よ何なの
Oh my goodness, she's freaking out. Oh, she totally wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Yo.
どうも岡部倫太郎さん私に何か用でも
Try to.
もう話したくないんじゃなかった
いやその
Oh, this is so awkward. My eyes glanced at Maho for help.
クリス彼から話があるから少しだけ聞いてあげて別に聞かないとは言ってませんよ岡部さんは私とはもう会話を交わしたくないはずではと事実確認をしただけです
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, she was mad. I knew it.
ほら早くしなさいよ
あ
I took a single deep breath and lifted up the phone.
悪かった
You know, this art style, or not this art style, this I used this picture for a thumbnail. I think it'd be best to show you guys if anything. Okay. Let me switch the window. There you go. And then go here. So I used this thumbnail for a stream a while back. I think it was yep. This one right here. Wow, I'm so used to Photoshop. I tried to zoom in through what's it called? Yeah. There you go. I tried to zoom in like I would in Photoshop. But yeah, I used this thumbnail for Witch on a Holy Night. And this thumbnail always struck me as odd, right? Not because of what I did, but like the fact that how Maho looks in this art style reminds me of Nanachi from Made in Abyss. And it's so weird, but like Can you guys see the vision? I don't know. Am I on to nothing or something? I don't know. But it's just a weird thing that reminded me of it. There you go. Can you believe it, guys? Christmas. Just a week away. Alright, let's. Oh, I deep fried it too. I forgot about that. Sumimasen. I bowed my head.
俺なんかに付き合ってくれていたのにお前のその親切を裏切るような形になってしまった。それにこの前最後に話した時急に会話を打ち切ってしまったのも失礼だったと思ってる。
Mahou does
昔
not
あった
care,
個人
bro.
的なことを思い出して混乱してしまったんだ。でもそれはお前には関係ないことだよな。テスターを辞めさせてもらう前にせめて一言だけ謝りたかった。以上だ。
Kurisu, teasing Amadeus Kurisu was chuckling the same way Mahou had just done. You're a weird guy.
本気で言ってるの？
なんだよ、こっちが真面目に謝っているのに笑うなんて。
だって私は人工知能よ。なのにそんな神妙な顔して本気で謝ってくれるなんて。この前私と話すのが照れくさいとも言っていたわね。変わった人。
Oh. Was it weird to apologize to an AI and mean it? Yeah, it was. It probably was. It definitely was.
正直ちょっと失望していたところだったんだけど、考えを改める。
But it's different. Apologizing to Amadeus is different because she is legit like the most advanced AI I've ever seen. Apologizing to ChatGPT doesn't mean anything. Or at least right now it doesn't mean anything.
水に流す。
交換条件だって。
What was she gonna make me do? Had a bad feeling about
わかった。その条件とやら聞こう。
今日これから真帆先輩をディナーに誘いなさい。
は？
Maho's eyes and mine went wide.
ちょっとクリス、何を言い出すかと思えば。今日は何の日かご存知ないんですか、先輩。クリスマスイブ。そういうことです。どういうことよ。さあ岡部さん、条件を飲むの？飲まないの？
Why did she look so excited?
わかったよ。
Oh, hey, let's go. Go to.
ヒアジョさん、さっき話したパーティー、正式に君を招待する。ぜひ来てほしい。
パーティー？
友達と集まってクリスマスパーティーをやるんだよ。
そうじゃないでしょうが。あ、いや、でもいきなり二人きりだとハードル高いし、逆にいいか。クリス、それ以上からかうと怒るわよ。私はパーティーなんて行かないわ。だったら私も岡部さんを許しませんが。
ヒアジョさん、頼む。
どうしてこんな話になっているのよ。
Oh man, this is manipulative.
あなたね。そもそも今日はこの後教授が帰ってくるのを待って研究の報告をしないといけないし。
いやー、リンタロウ、マホ。何の話かな？
Dr. Leskinen rocked in at the perfect moment. Maho looked relieved and went to open the file on her desk.
おかえりなさい教授。これが今日集計したデータなんですが。
マホ、ストップ。二人ともこれから出かけないかい？せっかくのクリスマスイブだ。仕事はもう終わりにして食事でも行こう。それとも制約があるのかな？
Oh no, oh man.
教授、ナイス。
教授、俺の友達がクリスマスパーティーを開くんですが、よかったらご一緒に。
Oh man.
素晴らしい。ぜひ参加させてもらおう。
It's so funny because like this next scene's gonna be hilarious. Oh my gosh. I remember it. I don't even get to finish my sentence.
もちろん、マホも行くんだろう。
That was the moment where Maho's last hope of escape was cut off.
決まりですね。
Ikirakimasu. There you go. Amadeus Kurisu smiled mischievously from within the screen. She was quite the plotter. The real Kurisu used to do silly things like this too, though. There you go. Alright.
ねえ岡部、
Okabe. Or she called my name, I guess. Yes.
私なんかに本気で謝ってくれてサックス。嬉しかった。
いや、
気が向いたらまたいつでも話しかけてきて。暇つぶしぐらいには付き合うから。
気が向いたらな。
え、それじゃあまた。真帆先輩をよろしく。クリス。
Oh my goodness, there was venom in that.
満足したかしら。
あ
I felt more relieved than I thought I would. I realized that I really did love Makise
Demo.
Kurisu.
人工知能に謝るのはそんなに変か？俺の友達、この前メイクインで紹介したあいつなんかいつも二次元の女の子に土下座してるぞ。
Why would you tell her that?
そういう精神性は私にはちょっと。
Uh-oh. That freaked her out. Bad example.
とにかくヒアジョさんのおかげで助かった。
クリスの交換条件なんか律儀に守る必要はないわよ。
まあでも教授も行く気満々みたいだし。
The professor flashes white teeth at me.
それにクリスと約束したからさ。
あなた本当に変わっているわ。
But even as she said it, she was smiling. I guess she decided to go to the party. Suzuha.
ダメなんだよ、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。そんなことしちゃいけないんだ。
Huh. Okay. What a transition.
世界を変えちゃいけないんだ。お姉ちゃんはおかしいこと言ってる。この世界を消すなんてダメだよ。絶対にやらせないから。
There were bullet marks on the inside of the time machine. Suzuha traced them with her fingers and remembered what happened here. That was the last time she talked to Kagari. She'd never be able to find her after that.
鈴葉、どうしたん？ぼーっとして。もしかしてまだ体調悪い？
え？
Suzuha looked back and saw her father, Itaru. He seemed worried. He was holding a bolt in his hand and offering it to her.
うん、ごめん。大丈夫。
She nodded and took the bolt. They were on top of the radio building where a cold wind was blowing. A light was shining down in the rear of the time machine, where the engine was. Her head was inside as she did maintenance work. Itaru was wandering around in the background. Normally she would never let him near that time machine, but today he absolutely insisted on coming.
病み上がりの娘を心配しない親はいないっつうの。
Suzuha spent the last several days unable to stand up because she hadn't taken care of herself. There was nothing she could say back to him.
なあ、時空間の転移とか重力制御とかヤバそうな装置は絶対にいじらないからさ。僕にも手伝わせてくんない？
ダメ。
機械のメンテなら多分鈴葉より僕の方が詳しいのだぜ。
それは分かってるけどダメ。
Itaru slumped forward, dejected. But Suzuha had no intention of discussing it.
なあ鈴葉、今日はもう暗いしさ、寒いしさ、続きは明日にするべきだって。そろそろ帰ろう。
父さん一人で帰ればいい。私はまだやることがあるから。
今日もかがりたんを探すん？オカリンにも協力してもらえることになったんだからさ。鈴葉一人でそこまで無理しなくてもいいんじゃね？風邪治ったばっかりなんだし、しばらくはかがりたん探しはやめにすべき。
That made her a little mad.
それ、私に無断でオカリンおじさんに話してほしくはなかった。
Suzuha had told Itaru that she was spending every day looking for Kaguri. But it was only later that she found out he told her, can't talk well, that he told her, wow, that he told, but it was only later that she found out he told Rintaro. There you go, wow. It wasn't a problem, but her relationship with Rintaro was already a bit strained. This only made it harder for her to ask him to get back in the time machine.
つうか、さっきからずいぶん苦戦してね。
締めにくい角度にボルトがあるんだ。
どれ？僕が代わるよ。それくらいならいいっしょ。
うん。
Suzuha put her head out of the engine unit.
顔中油だらけじゃん。せっかくの美人が台無しだ。
そういうことは母さんに言ってあげなよ。
それはハードル高すぎ。
Itaru stuck his face inside the machine and began to look around.
ああ、この構造だと多分こっちのパイプを後からはめたんだな。先にパイプを外すといいよ。パイプの中に冷却用の液体かなんかが通ってるはずだから、まずこっちのバルブを使って中を空にするわけ。
このマシンってメンテナンスのことをあんまり考慮に入れてないと思う。
まったくだお。すげえめんどくせえ。
What does that mean? Wabita. Acronym for what a pain in the butt. Did not know that actually. Wow.
作ったの誰だと思ってるわけ？
Ugh, still got it.
僕。
Itaru sighed and started to concentrate on his own work. He did his job silently, twisting his massive body to the left and right. Watching him, Suzuha remembered her childhood. When she was younger, she loved watching her dad make the time machine.
父さん、私最近なんだか自分でも自分が理解できなくなってきてさ。こんなこと考えるなんておかしいんだけど、この世界をなくしてしまって本当にいいのかなって。
Her mind flashed back to young Kaguru's screams. You can't erase this world, huh? She'd never forgotten the look in Kaguru's eyes. She'd never been able to shake the feeling that they were watching her somehow.
私のミッションが成功するとさ、 牧瀬クリスは死なずにシュタインズゲートへの門が開くんだ。
うん。
そしたら今のこの世界、父さんも母さんもまゆ姉さんもルミ姉さんもオカリンおじさんもみんななかったことになってしまう。
うん。
今の私が今の父さんに会ったこともなくなってしまう。
ん？これって告白シーン？セーブしとくべきとこ？
Alright, man, relax. Ruining the moment, ruining the scene, ruining it. You're ruining it. Every time, every day. Susan said nothing and poked her dad in the what?
真面目な話をして
In
る
a
ん
what?
だ。
And poked her dad's calf. Oh goodness. Poked her dad's
今
calf
度
with
ふ
her
ざけたら
toes.
蹴るよ。
迷ってるのか？
He locked it.
まあ、そのなんだ。別にいいんじゃね？
Yes.
今が消えてもいいんじゃね？だってこの先人が大勢死ぬんだろ？そんなの嫌じゃん。
父さん、
鈴葉はいろいろと考えすぎだ。戦争なんて嫌だ。だから世界を変えるんだ。そのくらい単純でいいと違うん？つうかさ、僕戦争なんて行きたくないし、鈴葉と違ってこんな人間だから、戦場なんかに連れて行かれたら3日も持たないね。
だらしないな。幻滅だよ。
Susan sighed, turned around, and started to walk away.
あれ、どこ行くん？
顔洗ってくる。油でベタベタだ。そのボルト閉めたらカバーも閉じておいてくれる？父さんの言う通り、今日はかがりを探すのはやめておくよ。
お、それがいいよ。一緒に帰ろう。
うん。
Susan looked up at the moon shining in the cloudy winter sky. She let out a puff of white breath. The white breath danced in the air for a moment and then disappeared into the cold.
父さん、
ん？
幻滅とか嘘だから。父さんは銃を持って戦争をする人じゃない。未来でもそうだった。いつも逃げ回るのが仕事。
未来の僕、ダメ人間すぎる。
けどそれでいいんだ。父さんには別の戦いがあるし、そのために私たちがついてるんだから。
鈴葉。
だから父さんこそ変に頑張ろうとしないで。日本は安全だなんて思い込みは捨てること。この前オカリンおじさんだって襲われたんだ。いつ父さんが標的になってもおかしくない。戦争前夜なんだよ今はね。
For about 2 weeks now, someone had been watching Suzuha in the time machine. It was clear that some great power was on the move.
大きいどき。
Suzuha nodded, satisfied at Itaru's answer, and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Merry Christmas! The lab was filled with Santas, just like I heard on the phone, and all of them were wearing mini skirts.
おか
ドゥドゥドゥ。
り来たにゃ来たにゃ。準備はバッチリですよ。どうもメリクリです。
Goodness, bro.
オカリンさん、こんばんは。
おう。
The sight of so many girls in a small room like this, all wearing mini skirts, starting to overwhelm me. Aw, I love this. What's it called? I love Lukaku's outfit of here. It's so adorable. I was having trouble deciding where to look when Lukaku staggered in front of me.
岡部さん
What are you wearing, man? I didn't expect a Santa in black. Wasn't he exposing an awful lot of skin? It was really erotic. But he's a guy.
岡部さん僕
ルカ子なんていうかお疲れ
It must have been hard being the only guy. I gave him a pat on the shoulder and he smiled relieved. Let's go. I knew Nai was here.
したかったなじゃあ来年はなえちゃんの分も作ってあげるね本当うんありがとうまゆりお姉ちゃん
Isn't that funny how Mr. Braun, same sprite from the original game, and we have Nai with a new sprite. I feel like the double standard here is kind of crazy. There you go. Where? Nandesuka. Give me 1 second, please. Please read from sheets. I am. Can you believe it, guys? Christmas, just a week away. Yeah, I didn't finish this video. Why is it? Yeah, oh, that's weird. There you go. Alrighty. Where is he? Where is he?
さあオカリ入って入って
ダルト
Where is he? Where is he?
まだ連絡ないんだ
The biggest goal today was to get Suzuha to participate. There's no exaggeration to say that's why Mayuri had held this party.
ちなみにオカリンのお客様は
I told him earlier that I was bringing Dr. Luskin and Maho. I brought the two of them inside.
紹介する
This
レスキに
is so funny because like Dr. Luskin is like 40. Like 40 to like actually it's a good question. How old is he? I think he's like 40 if I remember correctly. But he's older. He's a significantly older character compared to the people here who are like 16 to 23. Oh, 16 to 22 around there. But this grown man is over here with a bunch of young adults. And he's just, why is he here? Yeah, he's 43. He's 43. They're just frying me, bro. It's frying me so bad. Oh man. There you go. Go over here. Houdini.
Merry Christmas!
Oh my goodness, a white man.
Arigato, cute na ojo-san.
でもお父さんの方が大きい
Is he really?
それともう一人ヒア城真帆さんだ
I'm sorry I'm pausing so much, but I gotta see this. Is he really? He's 6'2". Yeah, he's 6'2". Meanwhile, Dr. Leskinen is he's taller. Dr. Leskinen is significantly taller, actually. Yeah, no, no, never mind. Dr. Leskinen's not taller. 6'2". Centimeters. Yeah, no, Mr. Braun is just slightly taller. Well, not slightly, he's 2 inches taller. That's still a lot. And it's in Maho.
どうもはじめまして。
The same reactions. and then die. Yeah, oh, Ferris, never mind.
また会ったにゃ。あら、にゃんにゃんの人。小学生？
There you go,
中
Nai.
学生？これでも成人しているのよ。ごめんなさい。
Ah, poor Nai. Maho's smile froze on her face.
ちゃん、どう思う？二人とも逸材だよ。マユシーは妄想がはかどります。なえちゃんの分も含めて小さめのサイズを用意しておけばよかった。マユシー、一生の不覚だよ。
Oh goodness.
そのリトルサンタコンビは見たかったな。だよね。
Oh, Nyan Nyan girl. Mayuri had her in her sights though. There was no escape for Maho now. Mayuri was so stubborn, she'd even managed to convince the legendarily shy Lukaka.
教授先生の方はあの身長に合うコスは作ったことないよ。存在だけですでに勝ちだけどね。モフモフトナカイさんの着ぐるみを着てもらいたいかも。
Yeah, they're plotters. Schemers.
それはどうかな。
Wait, were they seriously going to dress up the professor as a reindeer?
マユリ、誰も彼もコスプレ趣味を理解してくれるとは思わない方がいいぞ。
そうだね。
Mayuri's outfit's so cute.
よくないよね。
I gotta bring attention to this. Mayuri's outfit's adorable. It's so like I mentioned last stream how like her new outfit's like weird. I'm not really messing with it. This is adorable. This is so cute. Yuki's is really skimpy, but I'm messing with all these
コン
outfits.
ビニなんかでもクリスマスには店員さんがサンタさんの格好をしていますよ。ゴミマとクリスマスだと性質はだいぶ違いますよね。
Or so you say, but basically you want to dress the two of them up in Santa outfits, don't you?
というわけで、マホさん、サンタ服よかったらマユシーのを貸しましょうか。
Mayuri was already going after her. Maho refused as forcefully as she could, but Dr. Leskiner was surprisingly interested. Yeah, we're trying to put out a triangular paper party hat.
ダルくんから連絡来たよ。もうすぐ作ってすずさんと一緒。
Yuri was looking at her smartphone. But like Daru had pulled it off. Guess he really was Suzuha's dad. This man we succeeded in our biggest objective, which meant it was on to the next mission. Oh no. We all decided that we were gonna surprise Suzuha. Oh goodness, this is a terrible idea. Suzuha didn't know we were all waiting for her. We each grabbed a noisemaker and got into position. Oh goodness. Dr. Leskinen and Maho helped. Maho seemed unsure, but Dr. Leskinen was more than willing to
電
participate.
気を消すにゃ。
Oh no.
喜んでくれるかな。
So, Mayuri wouldn't know, because you know she's Mayuri. She wouldn't assume this. Barris, I could see her knowing. I could see her being perceptive about this. Okabe would definitely know. 100% he would assume so. Daru should. And that's all the people who should really know. I can't say why, or I can't say what, but if you know Suzuha's character so far, you can assume what I'm talking about.
すずはさんのびっくりした顔なんてなかなか見られないもんね。でも実はとっても甘いもの好きなのにゃ。
That's
それ
adorable.
にとても親切なんですよ。
She does
こ
care.
の前挨拶したら返してくれたよ。私ももっと鈴葉さんと仲良くできたらいいな。
Oh
なれる
man.
よ。きっと大丈夫。相性はぴったりだよ。
When she said hi, or I said hi, she said hi back. Like, oh, okay. And then we heard Daru's voice from outside the window, in the alley below the building.
よし中へ入るぞ鈴葉と一緒に中へ入るぞ
His voice was loud and unnaturally expository. Once he got below the lap, he was supposed to give a signal. Everything was going as planned. We all went shh at each other in the darkness. I could hear 2 sets of footsteps coming up the stairs. Oh, I can't breathe, bro. Oh my gosh. Everyone held their breath and waited. The timing was critical. But would she be able to figure it out before she reacted? The room was filled with different smells, like the girl's perfume and the aroma of the food they made. And Suza always noticed these things more quickly than any ordinary person. Smart man, thank you. I started to get worried. And then I heard the sound of the front door opening.
あれ、今日は誰も来てないんだね。
そういう日もあるよ
Yo, what was that?
そういう日もあるよ
Oh, it's just like sometimes it happens, you know. It'd be like that. He was right though. Some days it'd be like that. Oh man, that's so funny. Oh man. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, you idiot! You idiot! Your voice is shaking. I got even more nervous. Is it time yet? Was there a signal? Not single. I felt like my hands were going to slip and trigger the noisemaker too early. My palms were soaked with sweat. I could tell Suzuho was taking off her shoes. Ferris gave the signal. It's like the lights went on. We all activated our noisemakers. I could see Suzuho flinch for just an instant. But I couldn't follow what happened after that. That's how fast she was. She dropped down, sprung off the floor, and leapt towards Yuki, who happened to be standing in front of her. She might have broken Yuki's jaw with the base of her palm before I could shout at her to stop. Fortunately, Yuki had been surprised by Suzuha's sudden charge and had slipped when she tried to step back. Because of this, Suzuha's palm barely missed Yuki's nose as it sliced through the air. Yep. Yeah. So, why I was nervous is because of this. Because if like I said, if you know Suzuha's character from what we've seen so far in these streams, Suzuha's a war veteran. Better yet, she's a warrior. Like I'm a warrior, Chris. Nah, but like she has PTSD. At the end of the day, like she's survived most of her life through fighting in war, and so having noise poppers or having any loud sounds in general and surprises would set off that instinct to immediately go into attack mode. And of course, like Suzuha, like that PTSD hasn't healed, so anything like that's gonna trigger her. So I as much as it hurts to see, I do like the scene a lot because it's a good characterization for Suzuha, even if it's a detrimental one. By the time I finally shouted, it was all over. Suzuha grabbed Yuki before she fell down and was holding her up. Yuki, Suzuha, and all the rest of us were too stunned to speak. That was close. If the timing of the events had been slightly different, Yuki could have been badly hurt. Everyone finally realized what happened and began to panic. Yuki simply lay in Suzuha's arms, blinking at her eyes.
何してる？
Alright, what the hell, boy? Yo, what's this AI? This is AI. Nah, but this isn't AI, but I feel like it kind of does look like AI. It's so funny though, just like you got Daru over here like, oh, and you got these two shocked. So funny how closely related they look, and how much of a product these two come together to make her, or whatever. And then, oh, so that was that fist or that palm. She was gonna do the palm strike. Yep, right here, right here. And you have Barris over here, scared as hell. Suzuha seemed to snap back to reality. She was looking around at everyone.
だからメリークリスマスだよ、すずさん。メリークリスマス。そう。びっくりした。すごい動きだったわね。僕、早すぎて見えませんでした。ユキさん、大丈夫
Suzuha was looking around the room. She still not understand what was going on. I mean, to be fair, I imagine she probably hadn't celebrated Christmas in the future. She not realized it was a party, so she'd never been to one before. The walls and ceilings were covered in wreaths and ribbons. There was a folding table with food, cakes, snacks, and drinks.
パーティー？
Excuse me, sorry.
ごめんなさい。びっくりさせようって言い出したのは私なんです。
Yuki backed away from Suzuha and started to bow apologetically.
すずは、これはなんつうかサプライズってやつを演出してみたわけで、みんな決して悪気があったりとかじゃなくって。すずは？
父さん、兄さんも知ってたの？
うん。
そっか。だから今日はなんか変だったんだ。ごめんね、すずさん。企画したのはマユシーなんだよ。だからユキさんやダル君を怒らないで。怒るならマユシーにして。
I mean, come on, my ear. Like, who's gonna get mad at you? Alright, an hour so far. Okay. This is AI voice.
やだな、マユ姉さん。私、そんなにいつも怒ってる？
Suzuha looked around the room again.
ふーん、すごいね。いつものラボとは思えないや。でしょ？みんなで飾り付けしたんだよ。うん、本当にすごい。綺麗だ。
Suzuha laughed half-heartedly and began backing toward the door.
どこ行くの？あ、どこって、マユ姉さんたちパーティーするんでしょ？邪魔しちゃ悪いからさ。もう兄さんってば気が利かないよな。こんなところに私がいても仕方ないじゃないか。そんなことないにゃん。一緒にやろうにゃ、パーティー。え？でも私こういうのしたことないし。楽しくご飯食べたりおしゃべりしたりするだけだよ。だからね。
Mayuri grabbed Suzuha's hand tightly to keep her from getting wet. Oh my goodness.
ほら、すずはの席もちゃんと用意できてるのだぜ。
けど本当にどうしたらいいのか私。いい
から座れっつーの。
すずさん。
Mayuri half dragged Suzuha over to the seat next to me and forced her to sit down.
はいはい、皆さん、これで全員揃ったにゃ。はい。
Not everybody. You know who we're missing? Makise Kursu and Kiryu Moeka. What? What? Oh, I'm gonna throw up, bro. Why are we clapping? Why are we clapping? What's there to clap about? Tomo. Aren't you happy? What's there to be happy about? It ain't sweet. It ain't sweet. Daru played some Christmas carols on the computer. Wait. Merry Christmas. Nah, not that man Kanye, bro. Merry Christmas. Oh, man. Escape from Tarkov. Huh? Escape from Tarkov. Alright, the grim atmosphere that had begun to fill the room was banished. I felt a little relieved.
それじゃあまず乾杯をするにゃ。グラスに好きな飲み物を注いでにゃ。
Alcohol. Everybody started looking at the various drinks on the table. Alcohol. Alcohol. Suza still looked like she was feeling as though she didn't belong, so I poured her some non-alcoholic champagne.
ああ、うん。やっぱり私無理だよ。こういうの。
なんで？
だって遊ぶためにこの時代へ来たわけじゃない。
The reason she came into this era, huh? I didn't have the right to say anything about that. It's the only reason that she was stuck here, unable to fulfill her task. But even so.
たまにはいいじゃないか。
でも
鈴葉は考えすぎだっつーの。
Daru joined the
みんなと
conversation.
ご飯食べるだけだって。どのみちお腹は空いてるっしょ。
それは
Maybe Daru's statement caused her to realize it because her stomach crumbled.
うん。
ほれ見ろ。みんながいろいろ作ってくれたんだから、ありがたくいただけばいいんだって。
みんな飲み物の用意はいいかにゃ。それでは今回のパーティーを企画したマユシ、一言どうぞにゃ。
Mayuri stood up flustered. As she stood, she bumped into Lukaku, who was standing next to her. The two of them almost spilled their drinks.
うわあ、ルカ君ごめんね。マユリちゃん落ち着いて。
Shout out, honestly, man. Shout out Lukaku, bro. He's been A1 since day one. Shout out him for being as loyal to Mayuri as he's been. You know, can't what's it called? Can't compensate for being a real. I can't say that on stream, but you know what I want to say. You can't compensate for the realness. Mayuri started to take deep breaths.
今日はクリスマスイブなのです。どこもリア充さんでいっぱいだけど、今年はマユシーたちもパーティーをしてリア充さんになろう。
I forgot she's an otaku.
いや、それリア充の意味が違うと思うな、マユシー。
Fubuki whispered a little sad.
ふぶきちゃん、何人もの後輩ちゃんからクリスマスデートに誘われたのよね。
Oh.
もう熱烈に。
Hey, let's go. Shout out Fubuki. Shout out Fubuki.
全員女の子の後輩だけどね。
Huh? Oh. Hey, you know what, man? Wait.
とにかく
Wait.
みんなが楽しんでくれればマユシーは嬉しいな。
The problem isn't that they're girls, because of course why would it? It's more they were younger girls. Why were they younger girls? What? Wait. Oh, sorry about that. Why in the world? Oh no, sorry. Didn't do that. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess. At least she rejected him, so that's good. Mayuri gave a little bow and smiled to Suzuha. Suzuha answered with an expression that wasn't quite a smile.
それじゃあ乾杯するにゃ。マホにゃ。温度よろしくにゃ。え？私？せっかく来てくれたんやから自己紹介も兼ねてよろしくにゃ。
Maho stood up with a slight frown and thought for a moment before she opened her mouth.
今日は皆さんの集まりに招待してくれてありがとう。私とレスキネン教授はアメリカ在住なので、こうして日本でクリスマスを迎えるのは初めてです。こういう友人同士での賑やかなクリスマスもとてもいいものだと。何か面白いこと言ってにゃ。
Yo, Paris, shut up.
はい。面白いことにゃ。
Paris, leave her alone. Paris, you're crazy. Uh-oh, she was totally losing it. She was worse than my Yuri had been a minute ago. It was hard to believe I've seen her interpreting in front of that huge crowd at ATF. Was she bad at ad-libbing? Forgot about that. Wow. Hold on. I gotta hear this again. You see why she's my favorite character? You see? I gotta calm down. Maho's desperate attempt at something interesting was cute, but honestly a little embarrassing. It felt like watching a small, adorable animal. Mahorin. Paris and Mayuri were the only ones who seemed really impressed.
私ったら何を言っているのかしら。
ヒヤジョーさん、そろそろ乾杯を。
そうね、そうするわ。それじゃあ。
乾杯。 Oh man, what the heck was that, bro? Everybody happily clinked their glasses together. Since I was the one who invited Maho to the party, I decided to cheer her up.
面白い乾杯の挨拶だったよ。
自己嫌悪だわ。
何を言うんだい。クールなキャットだったじゃないか。
マホニャン、いつからメイクインで働いてくれるにゃ。そんなつもりはないから。
Paris and Dr. Leskinen were both enjoying trying to make you feel better. Oh man.
だよ。スズハさん、私は。あ、うん。
Suzuha still had a somber look on her face, but Mayuri, Yuki, and Daru forced her into a toast.
はい、スズさん。これ、マユシーが作ったんだよ。
Mayuri put a piece of quiche on a plate and gave it. Oh, she made it. Wow, give it to Suzuha. When Suzuha took a bite, her expression began to shine.
おいしい。本当？うん。もっと食べて。どんどん食べて。そんな一度に食べられないよ。あ、そう？
Maho. Next, Mayuri offered the quiche to Maho and the professor.
マホさんとレスキネンさんもどうぞ。ありがとう。
美味しい。これは美味しいですね。
えへへ。じゃあこちらもどうぞ。エビグラタンとあとフライドチキンはエスニック風にしてみました。
Excellent.
凝っているんですね。
You know, it's interesting, right? just thought about something while I was playing. So Steins Gate 0, so far, if you guys have noticed, you know, we've just been going through Okabe and everybody else's normal life. Like, granted, we're seeing a lot more like blatant acts in display, like Suzuha being watched. We saw Okabe, Professor Leskinen, and Maho get pulled up on, and those are blatant, you know. Like with original Steins Gate, we didn't see that. We got cryptic messages from CERN, who operate more in the shadows. And when I was reading everything that was happening, I was just like, when are we gonna get to the plot? And I know when I'm gonna get to the plot. That's not the point. Like, I'm not asking, like, I'm asking rhetorically. But I thought about it for a second. I was like, no, that's hypocritical, because like Steins Gate original was the same way. Like, it took 2 weeks of just in-game time to get to the 13th, and you know, for the plot to like really pick up. And I didn't ask like, oh, like, when's the plot gonna pick up, in a way to be like, oh, why is it so slow right now? But I think the difference was that with Steins Gate original, we had a goal, and it was understanding the phone wave and then evolving it to the time loop machine once we understood it. And here right now, we don't really have that. We have finding Kagura, yeah, but that's definitely more of a side goal and not a main goal, because that's more Suzuha's goal than it is Okabe's, even though he did say he wanted to help. The main goal would be like trying to get Okabe to go back into the time machine, but that's not certain right now. It's definitely taking more of a back seat as well. And just finding out like there's multiple minor goals, but there's not an overarching goal right now. And that's just what I mean. So it feels a little aimless in a way, if I could use that word. But it's not like it's completely aimless, because there are goals here. It's just they're not as present as the last one. It's like the last game, I mean. So what the heck? Yeah, anyways, but yeah, just a little like thing I thought about. I'm still enjoying the game. I don't want that to come off like I'm not. I'm still really excited to get through this game. I'm just noticing some things about my playthrough. Anyways, Yuki went around and offered everyone something to eat, but she couldn't bring herself to offer any to Suzuha. But Yuri kept motioning her for her to go over, but Yuki just kept fidgeting. Maybe she was thinking about it too much. Suzuha kept devouring all the food that Mayuri and Yuki had prepared and gushing over each dish. Two of them had been practicing their cooking for about a month here in the lab. I guess it paid off. It isn't, but everyone laughs. Then about an hour after we started eating, when she saw that everyone had eaten enough food, Ferris clapped her hands together loudly to draw everyone's attention. Maho and the professor had stuck. Oh wow. Wow, that's funny. I didn't know that. Oh, huh. Wow. Sorry, I saw The Hate That You Give pop up on my screen. Haven't seen that movie in forever, since I was like in high school, honestly. But yeah, no. So what I was saying, Don Quixote is Don Quixote is a store in Japan. I think it's a convenience store or like a general store. Let me look it up so I don't spread misinformation. Don Quixote store. Yeah, this discount store in Japan, and it shows up in Yakuza because it's a real store. They're just using the real store, but here they mention it, and I wouldn't have noticed this if I didn't know about Yakuza. Just funny enough, or I guess about Japan, but Maho and the professor had stopped at Don Quixote on their way from Mako City and spent just 10 minutes picking out presents.
大丈夫。それでバッチリだにゃ。
Maho
私
nya.
持ってきてない。
鈴葉の分は僕とマユシで準備してきたお。
マユシーが選びました。そうなんだ。ごめん。
気にしなくていいのだぜ。
いいのだぜ。
Mayuri mimicked Daru's words as she pulled out two small wrapped parcels from her bag and put them on the table. They both had the same wrapping as the one Daru was holding. They also brought them at the same place. Mayuri had explained to me Operation Number 2. Mayuri's plan for the evening was not only to make Suzuha smile, but to bring Yuki and Daru a little closer.
プレゼント交換の方法なんだけど、いろいろ考えて結局くじ引きにしたにゃ。
Ferris gathered everyone's presents and put little stickers with numbers on them.
にゃんにゃにゃ
And as she lifted a bundle of disposable chopsticks up above her head.
これはマユシが今夜王様ゲームをやろうとして持ってきた
I
ものだ
knew
な。
it! I knew they were playing the King's game. Alright, I remembered.
言わないでよメリスちゃん。
おいマユリ、王様ゲームっていうのは合コンの時とかにするもんだぞ。
分かってるよ。ちょっと勘違いしただけだもん。
ま、女の子から命令されるのって僕は大好物だけどね。
橋田さん、本当に変態さんですね。ということで、マユシーがちょっと勘違いしちゃったこの割り箸をくじ引き用に使わせてもらうにゃ。
It's so funny that like Daru being such a creep really makes Haruki lock in even though she's just as bad.
引いた番号のプレゼントをゲットできるのにゃ。
Ferris slowly shuffled all the chopsticks and then went around to everyone so they could draw one. She was also part of Mayuri's plan. In fact, Mayuri and Ferris were sending signals to each other with eye contact and with their finger. Oh goodness. Everyone was focusing on the chopsticks. They were busy relabeling Yuki and Daru's presents. They were so obvious about that I started to get nervous that Yuki would find out. Never mind. Everybody. Oh, never mind.
それじゃあプレゼントを渡すにゃ。中身を見るのはみんなに行き渡ってからにゃぞ。ワクワクしますね。何が当たるかな。
Merry Christmas. Ferris and Mayuri passed out the presents according to the numbers that everyone drew. Once the presents were handed out, everyone started to take off the wrapping paper. Nai was the first to react as she gave out a very strange cry. Inside her box is a skull face.
それかっこいいでしょ。ベルトのバックルだよ、ナイちゃん。学校につけていったらきっと人気者だと思うな。
You know, I like how they expanded this part of Lukaku's character in this game, because they didn't do that in the first game. Even though Lukaku... Actually, am I bugging? Did Lukaku not have a skull? Let me see. I think I'm gonna be bugging. I think I'm gonna be tweaking. No, he did. Yeah, he did have a skull pin. He has it now, yeah. But just saying, Nai when she was younger also had like a little like macabre like doll that she hung around her waist. But yeah, anyways, so what's it called? I like that they expanded this part of Lukaku's character, that he wears mostly like black, like this, like the Santa outfit, or like the skull. Like he has like a different sense of style than everybody else who would usually wear pink or like lighter colors. I think it's really cool. I really mess with that part. Lukaku. He terrified her. I was feeling bad for Nai, but when I took up my own present,
誰だこれは。
the box had a cute design, and inside it was what looked like a see-through white veil. The veil was decorated here and there with little pink ribbons. This can't be a...
ん？ああ、オカリンさんのところへ行ったか。
What did you give him?
そのままマユシーにプレゼントしてあげるといいよ。
そんなことできるか。
オカリンさんのためなら喜んできてくれるって。
どうしてそういう話になるんだ。
なになに？マユシーがどうかしたの？
Mayuri heard her own name and came over.
それって何かな？ベビードールだよ、マユシ。しかも超可愛くてセクシーなやつ。オカリンさんのために着てあげなよ。
See what I'm talking about? How she's just as bad? She is. Baby doll, a type of lingerie worn by women, notable for its wide hem that fluffs out. Let me see. What's a baby doll? Baby doll lingerie. Oh. Oh wow. Yeah, Mayuri should not wear that.
そんなわけにはいかないだろ
それならオカリンさんが自分で着てもいいんですよ。
Huh.
う。これは返す。いくらでも自分で楽しんでくれ。
I pushed the baby doll lingerie back into Fubuki's hands.
じゃあこっちと交換します？
Fubuki handed me her present in exchange. The wrapping and lid had already been removed. I took a quick look inside. Sexy pink shorts and a pink bra. Yep, they were see-through.
で、
Kaide?
それ私が持ってきたプレゼントです。マユリちゃんに着てもらえるなら嬉しいです。
Yo, you're just as much of a freak as she is.
君たちにはそういう発想しかないのか。
マユシーはもうオカリンからプレゼントもらったからいいよ。
Mayuri had drawn my present, perhaps because we were childhood friends. By the way, I chosen a huge chunk of chocolate in the shape of a gold bar, kind of thing you'd find in Don Quixote bargain bin.
オカリンさんさ、もうちょっとなんかなかったの？
A huge chunk of chocolate.
うるさいな。パーティーではこういうのがウケるって雑誌に書いてあったんだ。
いや、これはないわ。ないわね。
Yeah, no, they're not wrong.
なんだって。
Unfortunately, they're not wrong. Not even a chance. The magazine said it was a sure thing.
マユシーは嬉しいよ。だって金の延べ棒だよ。こんなの一生触れないよ。いい子だ、マユシーは。本当にいい子ね。よしよし。
Fubuki and Kaide were patting Mayuri's head, half out of sympathy and half because she was cute. Somehow I ended up as the bad guy. As a terrible gift.
次は私が開けてみますね。
Yuki stared at her open present, or started to open at her present. She took a cute wooden music box. When she opened the lid, there was a little tin figure that danced.
すごい可愛い。素敵ね。ロマンティックです。いいな。
The girls all seemed really impressed. But Lukaku's a guy. Definitely looked like something a woman would enjoy receiving. With as many girls as there were coming to this party, it might have been the perfect choice. Wait a minute. Wait, maybe I should have brought something like that. Then I realized that the idea had never even occurred to
これ
me.
一体誰からのものにゃ？
I wonder. Paris, you're making it too obvious.
あ、僕
Daru reluctantly raised his hand.
うわあらまあ。なるおじさん、すごいね。
That's adorable. Aww.
やるね兄さん。
Everyone except Mayuri and Ferris, who knew about it in advance, raised their voices in surprise.
これ橋田さんなんですね。
どうかな。マユシからアドバイスしてもらって選んだだけなんだけどさ。
素敵。ありがとうございます。大切にしますね。
Yuki held the music box close to her chest. She seemed really happy.
あ、
And her expression turned confused as she looked down into the box. Then she started to fidget.
ごめんなさい。私ちょっと。
She hurried off toward the washroom, still holding the box. She must have seen the trick. According to what Mayuri had told me earlier, there was a fake letter from Daru himself taped to the bottom of the box. It was something like a love letter along with an invitation to a movie date. Wonder how she was reacting. Meanwhile, Daru had also opened his own present and he looked a little bothered. He had been given Paris' present. Until he opened it, he looked really happy, but now he'd gone completely silent. According to Mayuri, he was going to get a pair of movie tickets. And even though it was a present from Ferris, the tickets came with instructions to use them for a date with Yuki. Ferris responded to Daru's questioning gaze with a wink. Good luck, Nya, she seemed to be saying. For her part, Ferris received some kind of strange doll that Maho had bought at the Don Quixote. Lukaku's present was a miniature remote controlled helicopter that Dr. Leskinen had purchased. And Dr. Leskinen got a set of 12 cute little crayons, oh that's adorable, from Nai. Suzu's present was a pair of handmade gloves. Yuki had evidently made them herself. She put them on looking happy, but maybe a little lonely, and smiled.
鈴葉、よかったじゃん。
っていうか、兄さんは何が当たったの？
これ。
This. Daru realized he had been set up and he was clearly avoiding looking at her. Suzuha seemed to understand and patted him on the back with a gentle expression on his face, or on her face.
いいんじゃない？行ってきなよ。
なんだお鈴葉まで。
だって二人を見てるとじれったいからさ。
けどリアルでデートなんかしたことないし。
母さんもそうらしいよ。
え、そうなん？うん。そっか。
Yuki came back from the bathroom. Seemed to be having trouble walking straight. She sat back in her seat but began to nervously nibble on snacks at the table. Once in a while, she would look at Daru. For now, the movie ticket plan seemed to be going well. That's adorable. She seemed to be looking at Daru. Staring too much could tip her off, so I should pretend I didn't know anything.
マユシーが用意したオルゴールはマホさんに言ったんだね。
Maho. Aww. Mayuri raised her voice when she saw the music box in Maho's hands. It was shaped like a deformed bear, and when you wound it up, its hands and legs would jerk back and forth as it played a tune. It was a very different design than the one Yuki had received.
いいのかしら。こんな素敵なものをいただいてしまって。いいんですよ。どうぞどうぞ。どんな音聞きたい。そうですね。僕も聞いてみたいです。
Maho started to wind it up. As she wound it, Kaede turned off the music in the background.
じゃあ。
Maho took her hand off the winding key and the mechanical yet gentle sound that was unique to music boxes began to play. The lively atmosphere of the lab was replaced with a feeling of calmness and peace. We listened quietly to the sound of the music box.
この曲大好きなんだ。僕もです。ポカポカした気持ちになるね。そうね。あ、そうか。この曲だ。
Suzuha stood up as if she realized, or she suddenly remembered something.
ほら、覚えてない？え？
Yuki was spacing out so hard that she started to panic when Suzuha spoke to her.
私が寝込んでた時、ユキさんがここで歌ってたよね。ああ、そういえば。うん、確かにこの曲だよ。
Suzuha seemed to be remembering something as her eyes narrowed.
ねえ、まゆ姉さん、これなんていう曲？これは。
Yuri was about to speak and then. Oh, yes! Oh, let's go. Out of nowhere, the world twisted. I moaned in pain as an incredible sense of wrongness flooded through me. The lab seemed to twist and fade, and a party I've been experiencing warped and waved like a mirage. It couldn't be. No. Somewhere far away I heard something that sounded like a violent crash. I was just barely able to move my eyes in the direction it came from, and I saw Fubuki fall onto the floor as she knocked over their table. Kaede and Ferris ran over to her, calling her name. But all looked so blurred, like I was watching a movie underwater. Everything was moving so slow. The voices were getting further and further away. No matter how much I stretched out my hands, it reached no one and touched nothing. It was a terrible feeling, as if time and space were being torn apart, and even matter itself was losing its subjectivity. This feeling. Even if I didn't want to remember it, I knew what this awful feeling was. I knew it far better than I had ever wanted. This was reading Steiner. Next Day Protocol. Pandora's Box. Wow. Yeah. We changed world lines. We changed world lines. Wow. Wow. Maho. There you go. Okay. Where's the game at? There you go. For the first time in almost 4 months, I felt like the whole world was twisting. Who was it? Who had changed the world line? I didn't do anything. I hadn't interfered with the world. So how was the world doing this to me? I opened my eyes. Things had already taken on different colors. The world kept wavering until once again it became fixed to a single point in time. I wasn't looking at a warm, cheerful party in the lab anymore. I was outside. It was raining. The rain was falling on my face, in drops so large that it hurt. It was a midwinter rain. It was freezing cold and I could feel it sapping the strength from my body. My view stopped twisting. I was staring at a broad back of a man I didn't know. I could hear the sound of many boots stamping through the mud, mingling with falling rain. The stench was terrible. The mix of sewage was so strong it hurt to breathe, and it was mixed with the awful smell of burning rubber and plastic. Where was I? What was I doing right now? Things around me had changed so much. Trying to understand the situation I was in, but my brain was having an awful time keeping up.
もう少しです。頑張って。
When I stopped, a rough hand patted me on the shoulder encouragingly. Looked around to see a man my age with a strong, powerful face. It was a face I'd never seen. I didn't know him. Probably. The man was wearing a camo outfit and equipment I'd often seen the self-defense force wear on the news. He was carrying an assault rifle on his shoulder. There were 7 or 8 people around me, all dressed the same. They surrounded me in a circular formation and walked forward silently, as they kept a careful eye on the area around them. And then I realized I was wearing the same camo uniform they were. I touched my bicep to check, but there was no muscle. It was flabby and weak. Unlike the others, I wasn't carrying any weapons. Then what was going on here? It felt like these 7 or 8 tough-looking SDF guys were all guarding me. Since when was I that important? Still confused, I dragged myself onwards. Where was I anyway? There was a long path filled with dark brown mud. The walls formed a tall silhouette to the left and right. The path was filled with garbage and concrete rubble, and sometimes we had to force our way past it. I looked up past the high walls. Despite the rain, the moon in the night sky was strangely red and a little too bright. It was thanks to the moon that we were able to walk down a path like this without flashlights. Sound. I heard a sound. It was the sound of water. I looked over and saw a hole opened up in one of the walls. Filthy water was pouring out. The water formed dozens of little rivers that blocked our path. So that was it. This is the bottom of a river that had dried up. What looked like high walls were the river dikes. I turned towards the man who had spoken to me a bit ago and yelled so that my voice could be heard over the rain.
あと少しで都心を抜けます。練馬駐屯地の近くまで行けば車が用意されているはずですから、そこまで何とか出てください。
But his words cut off there. Everyone seemed more tense than ever. One of them grabbed me and pushed me toward the side of the riverbed. Everyone put their backs against the wall and held their breath. I could hear the sound of a helicopter's rotors in the distance. More than just one. They were getting closer. I had no idea what was going on, but I could feel my heart start to beat faster. Past several meters of rubble lay an overturned car. It must have fallen into the riverbed after the water had disappeared. The entire body was bent inward and the roof was completely crushed. I lay down in the stinking mud and slid into the shadow of the overturned car. At the same time, the SDF soldiers were issuing each other orders, as if this was something they planned for already. 2 of them stayed by my side and everyone else ran back the way they'd come. They all climbed up crevices and outcroppings on the wall, then disappeared over the edge of a dike and out of my view. Shortly after, there were gunshots. And not just a single shot from a handgun or anything like that. This is the sound of war. I could hear the helicopters get further away, drawn by the gunfire. And this world line was Japan at war. The Third World War. I remembered Suzuha's words. I happened to look inside the crushed car. I could see the corpses of a man, woman, and a small child hanging upside down, still attached to their seatbelts. They were all covered in dried black blood. They looked like mannequins at a bad haunted house. And then I realized. I'd been so focused on moving forward that I hadn't noticed what they were, but I've seen similar mannequins sunk into the mud. I could see their arms, the bones, and ragged muscle exposed to the air, reaching up to the sky as if seeking salvation. When does Erykah Badu have a new album coming out? Hold on, give me 1 second, please. There you go. Alright, sorry. That should be good now. Anyways, back to it. I think I already read this. Put my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. Those weren't mannequins.
今です。壁に沿って進んで。ルートを変えます。さあ、立ってください。
Actually, did I unlock the door? Oh, I did. There you go. Victor Condria. Okay, sorry. There you go. Should be better. He pulled me up. My knees were shaking from shock and anxiety.
仲間がソ連のヘリ部隊を引きつけてますが、それほど持ちません。早く。
There you go. Soviet Union, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Created in 1922 after the end of World War II, it began a long Cold War with America. The Cold War ended in 1991. Consisted of Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. I don't know how to pronounce that one though. Azerbaijan. How do you pronounce that? Oh, whoa. Azerbaijan. Yeah, Azerbaijan. Yeah, Azerbaijan. Weird. Yeah, I never heard of that country before. Nope. There you go. Okay.
仲間がソ連のヘリ部隊を引きつけて。
それ
My mind was dull from its terror, but it seemed like there was something already off about what he just said.
しっかりしてください。あなたを守るためにすでに何人犠牲になったと思っているんですか。
俺を守る。なぜ？
理由は聞かされていません。でも命を懸けて守れと自分は命じられています。それがこの国の未来につながるのだと。
A helicopter passed over the riverbed. The bright searchlight passed by for a moment, but thankfully the shadow of the dike hit us.
こっちへ。
The young SDF soldier, whose name I didn't even know, pulled me inside one of the holes in the concrete. When I looked closely, I could see that it was the entrance to a sewer. It was just big enough for a single person to pass through. Struggling against the flow of water that came up to my knees, I pressed on through the darkness. My sense of smell had already gone numb, so I didn't have to worry about the stench of sewage. Once inside, we came to several branching paths. The FCF soldiers seemed to know which one would lead where, and they marched on without hesitation. And then we came out to the sewer and back into the riverbed. Same thing. It was dried up just like the one we'd just been through. I didn't know if there was the same river or another one, and the two soldiers didn't tell me. Either way, I was glad to finally be out of the foul-smelling darkness. I tried to take a deep breath and fill my lungs with fresh air. But halfway through, I realized that the riverbed smelled even worse than the sewer. I took an involuntary step back and then another. The sight in front of me was just that terrible. What was once a riverbed was now filled with bodies. Some of them had been burnt totally black. So it was impossible to tell how much death lay before me. In the distance, I could see what looked like bonfires. They were burning just like the rain. The fires were consuming the mountains of flesh that once were human bodies.
もうすぐです。きついでしょうが、走れますか。
The SDF soldier spoke to me. And then I came back to my senses. If it weren't for these two, I wouldn't have been able to stay sane. We ran through the riverbed, one of them in front of me, the other behind. I could hear the constant drone of the helicopters above me. Sometimes the searchlights got very close. Each time they did, I hid in the piles of bodies until they passed. I've seen this many times before as I wandered through the worldlands. I'd seen death. I'd seen the moments when people had died. But at the same time, I never experienced what happened to a dead person after they were left out for a long time. More than fear, more than sorrow, the thing that hit me first was the smell of death. The rotting stench ate, Sorry, I just saw the comment. Saw one of the comments in the chat. I hope this is a peaceful Christmas party. The rotting stench ate away at my body, not my soul. My whole body was rejecting it. It made me feel sick. Thinking that way meant trampling on the dignity of the dead, but I couldn't help it. The Valley of Hino. I remembered that phrase. That was what the strange attacker had said that night when they came after Dr. Leskin and Maho and me. There you go, sorry.
陰の無の谷の炎に投げ入れられるよ。ずっと幸いに違いない。
There you go. The valley was the origin of the word Gehenna, meaning hell. It was said that the flames burned there every night, scorching the heavens themselves. Those who died merciless deaths with anger and misery in their hearts were flung into the flames, their souls becoming black smoke that rained hatred down on the land. What I stared at now was Gehenna. The two soldiers led me to a half-collapsed subway tunnel. The lights were all off because there was no electricity, but there were 3 armored cars in camo colors, with their headlights on to illuminate the way. There were 4-wheel drive off-road vehicles covered in thick chunks of armor, but I didn't see any real weapons.
ここから地下鉄内を通って埼玉へ抜けられます。入間基地はまだ無事と聞いています。そこまで行けば関東を脱出できるはずです。
Let's see. Iruma Base, one of the Air Self-Defense Force's largest bases, located between Iruma and Sayama cities in Saitama Prefecture. It's home to 18 units and around 4,300 personnel, and is also the location of the Air Defense Command Headquarters flight group.
関東脱出？
話は向こうで聞いてください。とにかく急いで。
There were a lot of things I wanted to ask, but even as we spoke, I heard what sounded like gunshots inside the tunnel. The men forced me into the back seat of one of the cars.
それではご無事を祈っております。
あなた方も
自分たちには別の任務がありますので。では。
The two soldiers who had brought me here saluted, then turned around and left the station. I felt like I was never going to see them again. The door of the armored car slammed shut with a heavy thud. The car's crew were FDF soldiers just a little older than me. The diesel engine kicked to life and the car raced on a tunnel that had originally been designed for trains. Of course, it wasn't a pleasant ride at all, but I didn't have any choice. There was no way I could tell them I wanted to go to Akihabara. I had no way to alter the world. I had to survive in this hellish world. To survive, I needed to do what they said. My wants didn't matter at all. I wasn't even allowed to express them. I just did as they told me and ran. It was all I could do. But I had no idea that it would take me an entire month. Oh, an entire month? Oh my... Wait a second. But I had no idea that it would take me an entire month. Goodness gracious. Wow, okay. So, I knew that this was gonna happen. I didn't know it would take an entire month though. That's so crazy. Okay, the story so far. The USSR starts experimenting with the time machine and America goes ballistic. Give me that time machine, USSR, but I refuse. Scroll down. Eastern powers and Soviets get cocky. How does it feel to be you right now, huh? How's it feel? This brings us to the end of your regularly scheduled Cold War. US. I'ma bomb you from Japan. WWWW. USSR. Then we'll invade Japan. US. Oh shoot. Right now. USSR is kicking butt. Hokkaido and northeastern Japan are screwed. Are they coming for central Japan now? People of Nagoya, get the freak out. Captain Vagina. Anonymous at Security Council. Okay. Amateurs who know nothing about strategy need to shut the F up. The SDF may look like they're retreating, but they actually got a defense line at Mount Fuji. They're about to start a counterattack. The Mount Fuji line, W. Who the hell is dumb enough to believe Japanese Imperial High Command, W? We better not start hearing calls for kamikaze pilots soon. Shut up, noob. Idiots like you are the real threat to Japan. Wait, what the hell happened to the collective right of self-defense? America's only interested in protecting Okinawa, so what the hell is the SDF doing getting sent off to Siberia? How are they supposed to protect the country? You protect it, chicken hawk. You want to fight, go volunteer. They said they aren't getting enough recruits. Are they going to start constipation? Are they going to start conscription soon, you think? What's the point of conscripting a bunch of fat otaku? They're just getting away. War these days requires professional soldiers. Says the fat otaku who doesn't want to go to war. There are barely any professional soldiers left in Japan. Our masters in America sent them all around the globe and then stuck them there. You guys will probably be getting your conscription notices soon. Good luck, I'm a chick so I don't care. In other words, if we get a sex change, we don't have to go, right? The real enemies of Japan are its own citizens, huh? So seriously, are we going to be split up like Germany? It's likely. They say there's a provisional government forming in Okinawa. They're all set to abandon East Japan and just have America protect the West. Those incompetents in the government might honestly do it. Is this really the time to bash politicians? Traitor shill. Traitor WW shill WW. Strategically, America can't let go of Okinawa, and Japan wants to keep some kind of government. That means that making a provisional government in Okinawa is the best option. You bashed the hell out of Okinawa up until now, and now you're telling me this. Shut up, traitor. So if I'm a traitor, what are you? If you're posting on 8chan right now, that means you either fled the country or ran to Okinawa. Is this today's you don't get to talk thread? The reason it took a month to get to Okinawa was that we were losing the war. Okinawa. W. A shortened version of the Japanese word for laughter, warai. Warai, there you go. Supposedly, it was first used in a non-Japanese online game, online game. By adding a W to the end of a sentence, or placing it in the middle, you can indicate that you find the situation humorous. On anonymous internet message boards, adding more W's, such as www, can be used to increase the number or the amount of laughter or indicate that you're mocking an opponent. Examples of sentences including W are whoa, W repeating, okay, W repeating, and W getting W excited, W. Using W's in this way is sometimes called making grass grow because of the way they look. That's funny. That's slang, that means okay. I mean, it's just slang in general. Yeah. Supposedly, the plan had been to ferry me by plane to Okinawa once I'd arrived at Iruma base. But the constant bombing had slowed us down, so they gave up on a plane and decided I would escape to Kyushu by ground. There was more than one attack by Soviet spies and assault teams. Some of the FDF soldiers protecting me died. But when I got to Sasebo, I was able to get on a Maritime's FDF escort ship and managed to escape to Okinawa. Why were they doing this all for me? No matter how many times I asked, no one would answer. Okinawa in winter was covered in thick clouds. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a real break in the clouds for a whole month. By the way, this is funny. This is the sky that you see August 15th, chapter 10. This is the sky that you see when it starts raining in Steins Gate original. When Okabe and Kurisu are on the rooftop. Hold on, give me 1 second, please. I gotta use the bathroom. There you go. Sorry about that. I said I had to use the bathroom, but we're back. Alright. So anyways, come and think. Oh, wait. Gotta make sure you all can hear me. Which, yes, you can. Okay. Game as well. Okay. Anyways, so back to it. Come to think of it, I hadn't really seen a break in the clouds for a whole month. I was thinking about that when I was loaded into a van with dark tinted windows that had come to pick me up from the port. Yes, this scene, I love this scene. Inside the car was not only the driver, but a middle-aged man sitting in the front passenger seat. He was very short, perhaps only around 150 centimeters tall. But he had the air of a military veteran, and even though he was fully dressed, I could tell he was extremely muscular. Oh boy. One of the central ministries of Japan. It manages and operates the self-defense forces. In 2007, it changed its name from the Defense Agency to the Ministry of Defense.
これから空港に寄り道してから彼らの沖縄防衛局へ向かう。長旅で疲れているところ申し訳ないが、もうしばらく我慢してくれ。
Shimoyama, bro. I'm gonna kill you. One of the 8 local defense bureaus of Japan. It is the center of Japan's Ministry of Defense in Okinawa. Sorry, Shimoyama, I'm not gonna kill you. You're gonna body me.
Hi.
I heard that Tokyo had been destroyed. The major functions of the Japanese government were now headquartered out of the Okinawa Defense Bureau to allow for better cooperation with the American forces stationed nearby. That's what Shimoyama explained to me. In other words, the place I was heading to was the core of Japan's defenses. Once I arrived, I understand why I was so important that all these soldiers were willing to die to protect me. Oh, wait. Well, I think I misunderstood. Once I arrived, would I understand why I was so important that all these soldiers were willing to die to protect me? The car stopped in front of the Naha airport for a while. An airport in Naha, Okinawa. It is the hub airport of the Okinawa area. The airport is also home to the the Air Self-Defense Forces Naha Air Base. As of 2009, it was the 6th busiest airport in Japan as measured by number of arriving travelers. And then I saw a surprising pair get aboard. Yep. We have Yuki and Fubuki, or well, Katsumi. There you go.
君たちもユキさんと中瀬さんじゃないか。
I wasn't expecting to see them there, but they were the first people I knew who I met since coming to the World Line. That alone was enough to make me cry, but still, couldn't just sit there and be happy.
マユリの行方を知らないか。
大丈夫です。
Yuki nodded as if trying to make me feel
さっ
better.
きまで一緒だったんです。
一緒だった。
そうなんですよ。マユシーでしょ、ルミホちゃんでしょ、ルカ君、楓ちゃん。今朝空港に着いて、みんな防衛局というところで保護してもらえるというので待っていたんですが、さっき急に私と吹雪ちゃんだけ先に連れて行くと言われて、それでこの車に乗せられたらオカリンさんがいたってわけ。
とにかくみんなが無事でよかった。
Since Daru and Suzuha were mentioned, I was going to ask about them. So why can't we see Okabe? Okay, whatever.
すまないが、積もる話は後にしてもらっていいだろうか。
Shimiyama cut me off and the car started moving.
沖縄防衛局には君たちのご家族もいずれ到着する予定だ。すでに我々の方で保護はしている。
本当ですか？よかった。
別行動になったお友達の皆さんもすぐ後ろの車に乗っている。離れ離れになるわけではないから安心していい。
I took a quick look and saw another identical van a little behind us. So Mayuri and the others were
じゃ
there.
あ後でまた会えるんですね。
もちろんだ。
Yuki let out a sigh of relief. Then I started to wonder about something else. Why would we split into separate cars? This van could at least hold another 3 people. If we squeeze tight, it could easily hold everyone. Was there some reason they put me, Yuki, Fubuki into the same car? The car drove alongside the Okinawa monorail for a while, and then we went south down a wide bypass. The only railway operating in Okinawa as of 2011. It runs approximately 30 kilometers between Naha Airport and Shuri Castle, with a 30-minute transit time and 15 stations along the way.
暗いな。
なんです？
いや、こんなに店が並んでるのにどこも真っ暗だから。
There were lots of franchise restaurants, big supermarkets, cafeterias for tourists, and rent-a-car places all jammed together along the side of the road, where all of them were dead silent and their lights were turned off. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Having trouble breathing. Barely any of the streetlights were turned on, and the only cars were Japanese and US military vehicles. I didn't see anyone walking out.
10日間制と午後5時以降の外出禁止令が出ているんだ。沖縄なら安全とは言ってもね、戦時下なんだよ。以前のようにはいかない。早く戦争など終わって元に戻ってほしいものだ。
Wartime,
な
huh?
あ岡部君、君の知っている沖縄は夜遅くまでもっと明るくて楽しい場所だったろ？
あ、どうでしょう。俺は沖縄は初めてなので。
それはもったいないな。なら次は楽しい旅行で来られることを祈っているよ。ここは本当にいい島だ。
The car headed up from the bypass over a land bridge and then to another road. We quickly came to a long
実は
tunnel.
3人に防衛局に着く前に少しだけ質問をしたくてな。それでこうして同乗してもらった。
My guess was right. That meant that there was something he wanted to ask just the 3 of us. But why us 3? Sorry, there you go. Stop that. Sorry, I'm just not leaving. I'm just fixing something. There you go. Okay. Wasn't particularly close to Yuki or Fubuki. Only even started talking to them a few months ago. And then I shook my head. That was before the world line changed. Maybe things were different in this world line. No idea what my relationship was to anyone else in this world line. Since the SDF has been treating me so well, I didn't want to make Shimoyama suspicious. I decided it would be best to leave most of the talking to Yuki and
天音ゆ
Fubuki.
きさん。
はい。
Shimoyama spoke to Yuki first. Yuki went stiff when her name was called. I could feel it even sitting next to her.
君は橋田至君とその妹さんがどこにいるか知らないだろうか。
Little sister. That must be Suzuha. That would mean that even in this world line, Suzuha had come from the future and gotten to know Yuki and the others while pretending to be Suzuha's sister. And the SDF evidently didn't know where Dara and Suzuha were.
私は
Yuki fell silent and glanced over to me as if expecting help. But I didn't know where they were either. I didn't have any memories of this road line, so I had no way of answering. But Yuki's attitude bothered me. It was as if she knew where they were and was deliberately hiding it, and that I was supposed to be hiding it too. I could figure that out. I'm sure Shumiyama could too. Strange tension filled the car. Yuki was trying to hide it. From whom?
知らないかな
Shumiyama turned around from the passenger seat and asked again.
すみません
Yuki bowed her head in
でも君
apology.
は橋田君とかなり親しいお付き合いをしているんだよね。恋人に何の連絡もないというのは。
携帯電話なんてもう使い物になってないじゃないですか。
連絡方法なら携帯以外にもいくらでもある。
でも本当に何も。
Give me 1 second, please. Keep getting called away. Alrighty, back again. Honestly, let me lock my door. Alrighty, back to brand new whip, got no keys.
妹さんからも
はい
時に岡部君は橋田君と何か研究をしていたらしいね。
I wasn't sure how to react when the conversation suddenly shifted towards me. Researching? Researching what? If I panic, I'll make them
どん
suspicious.
な研究をしていたんだね。
I'll just give him the most harmless answers I
研
could.
究というよりなんていうかちょっとした発明のアイデアというか
発明。
竹とんぼに CCD カメラをつけて空撮ができないかとか掃除機の排気をドライヤー代わりにしてみる
There you go. CCD camera. A CCD charge coupled device. Camera is a camera that uses semiconductors. In normal parlance, the term refers to an extremely small camera.
とか
ほう、なかなか面白いね。それじゃ何かとんでもないものを作っていて、それを知られないために我々から逃げたというわけではないんだね。
逃げた
Damn, I responded. That was a mistake. But did that mean that Daru and Suzuha were hiding from the SDF amidst all this chaos? The SDF had risked their lives to protect me over the past month. Shouldn't I be asking them for help? Got even more
知らないの
confused.
ならいいんだ。橋田君たちのことは保留にしておこう。
Somebody please tell me what the right answer is. How am I supposed to respond here?
中瀬克美さん、君には別に聞きたいことがあるんだ。
私
This time it was Subuki's turn to jump in her seat.
いやいや、そんなに緊張しなくていい。大したことじゃない。
So Shimayama said, but Fubuki was clearly starting to get scared. Her reaction was strange. It was too strong. Maybe the self-defense forces weren't simply protecting us. For one thing, there was no way normal civilians like us merited such important treatment. But then what were they after? No, I could guess. A time machine. This war started... Give me 1 second. 1 second. Honestly, this is why I don't like streaming during the day. I'd much rather just stream at night so I don't have to get interrupted every 10 minutes. But, them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Anyways, it's back to it. Back to it. If she don't talk to her, I don't talk to her. This war started with Russia's time machine experiments. And of course, Sakabachi was involved. I learned for some reason, or for some of the soldiers, that even in this world line, he sought asylum in Russia. And Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036. Suzuha were here in this era, that meant that it was Daru who made the time machine that brought her here. If you had a time machine, you could change the outcome of this war. It would make sense that if that's what Japan or the Japanese government thought, if that was why they were trying to capture Daru, Suzuha, and their friends, or I butchered that. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. It would make sense if that's what the Japanese government thought, and if that was why they were trying to capture Daru, Suzuha, and their friends. There you go. Once I realized that, the whole situation started to feel terrifying to me. Was this car really headed toward the Okinawa Bureau of Defense, or Defense Bureau? And if it was, were they really going to keep us safe there?
先週中瀬さんに受けてもらった健康診断なんだが、
何か悪いところでも見つかったんですか？
いや、東京で怪我をした傷も治りかけているし、体調には問題はない。ただストレスがひどいようだね。まあ無理もない。あれだけひどい空襲をくぐり抜けてきたんだ。今やほとんどの民間人に PTSD があると言ってもいい。
There you go. Post-traumatic stress disorder. In the fourth edition of the DSM-IV, the American Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published 1994. Caused by severe shock from experiencing an accident, disaster, crime, or other seriously traumatic event. This mental disorder causes any number of stress-related issues. Symptoms. Be stupid. Oh my goodness, I gotta clean my desk, bro. This is getting ridiculous. There's so much stuff here. There you go. Put you here. There. Okay. Symptoms include psychological instability, insomnia, confusion, memory trouble, and other problems that last for over a month.
ただ君の場合、他の人とは少し違うようだ。随分とリアルな夢を見たりするとか、ひどい時には白チュームというのかな。現実と夢の区別がつかなくなることもあると聞いた。
だからそれが PTSD ってことじゃないんですか？
Fubuki was too scared to speak, so Yuki interrupted curtly. It was rare to see Yuki act like this. If nothing else, I'd never seen it before. It was plain now. Yuki didn't trust Shimoyama. In fact, she considered him an enemy.
いや、それが実に奇妙な話なんだが。
Shimoyama paused a moment for effect and rubbed his chin.
中瀬さんと非常によく似た白チュームを見る人たちがいる。しかも一人や二人じゃない。もちろん程度の差はあるが、国内だけでもすでに十数名ほど見つかっている。どうやら海外にもいるようだ。まあ西側諸国の情報しかないがね。
そんなのただの偶然じゃ。
Fubuki was incredibly frightened, so I spoke in her place.
プーシンを知っているだろう。
I think this is her substitute for Vladimir Putin, right? Vladimir, oh no, it's not a different person. What? Okay. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. From 2000 to 2008, he was the second president of Russia. After 2008, he became its prime minister, a former KGB agent. Suddenly, Shimoyama turned his gaze towards me and asked me a question.
プーシン、ソ連の書記長ですよね。
I almost said the president of Russia, but managed to stop myself. The Soviet Union existed in the world line, or the Soviet Union still existed in this world line. Putin's title was General Secretary, not President. Heard that during my time at Aruma.
だが中瀬さんは興味深いことに、プーシンがロシアの大統領だと答えたとか。
すみません。なんか寝ぼけてたんです。それに私、勉強とか全然ダメで。
いやそうじゃない。 白チュームを見る人たちの特徴の一つなんだ。皆一様にそう口にする。プーチン大統領とね。
Hey, yo, Kabi is really smart.
ゴリバチョフやレリツィンのことも大統領と呼ぶものばかりだ。そのおかげで研究者たちは影。
There you go. Alright. Letsin. Boris Nikolaevich Letsin, a former USSR politician. After the fall of the Soviet Union, he became the first president of the Russian Federation, as well as its prime minister. Died in 2007. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. The last leader of the USSR, he executed the Perestroika plan and brought the Cold War to an end.
で、大統領病とか呼んでるそうだが、センスのないネーミングだな。
No way. She's talking about reading Steiner? There's a strong chance that people besides me had that power, even if not as acutely. Never found out for sure, but what Ferris has said in the Alpha World line certainly suggested it. It was certainly possible that Shimoyama's waking dreams were actually the effects of reading Steiner. They were all aware of the world line shift a month ago, just like me. If Ibuki had the same memories of the world line that I had, it would make perfect sense that she'd call Puchin the president.
ゴリバチョフ、レリツィン。
知らないのかね。世界史の授業でやっただろ。
私、高校時代からずっと理系だったもので。
常識だと思っていたが、今の若い子は知らないのか。最近の学生がここまで不勉強とはね。岡部君は知っているだろう。ゴリバチョフやレリツィンくらい。
ええ、まあ。
ベルリンの壁の崩壊やペレストロイカも。
はい。それも教科書で。
The second after words were out of my mouth, an alarm went off in my head. Something was wrong. There was something strange about what Shimiyama was saying. And then I realized. The East and West were caught up in the middle of a world war. How could the Berlin Wall have fallen? And could Gorbachev really execute Perestroika? By the time I realized he tricked me, it was too late. My panic appeared on my face.
君もそうだったのか。そしてそれを声に隠そうとしたね。やはり情報通りなんだな。君は何か重大なことを知っている。なあ岡部君、教えてほしいんだが。
Shimiyama suddenly laughed. It was a bitter laugh, almost
ゴ
eerily
リバ
so.
チョフ、レリツィン。君たちが口にするそれは一体誰なんだ。我々はもちろんアメリカのあらゆる情報機関にもそんな人物のデータは存在しないんだ。
Doesn't exist. I looked over at Yuki. From the look on her face, I could tell that she really had no idea who they were.
ペレストロイカだの、ベルリンの壁崩壊だの、それは本当にあったことなのか。答えてくれ。
But I couldn't answer. I was thinking of something completely different. Suddenly realized why the world line might have changed a month ago on Christmas Eve. What if Russia used a time machine that day in an experiment to change the past? The goal of the experiment would have been to stop the collapse of the Soviet Union. And if the result of them changing the past was this world line, how foolish. A single change to the past in the butterfly effect makes the entire world so different. So that's cool. I never understood this world line, why it was so different. Because I knew it was modern day, but I didn't know this was why it was so different. It was because Russia used a time machine, thanks to, Dr. Nakabachi's papers. Well, Curry's papers. After World War II, the capital of Germany, Berlin, was divided into two sides. The eastern side was controlled by Soviet Union and the western by America, England and France. Later, Germany would split into West Germany and East Germany. The portion of Berlin and East Germany remained its capital, but West Berlin remained occupied by Allied powers while being cut off from the rest of West Germany, which lay approximately 100 miles to the west. In 1961, East Germany built a wall around the city in response to continuing attempts by its citizens to seek asylum in West Germany. This wall was the Berlin Wall. Until its deconstruction in 1989, it was a symbol of the divide between East and West Germany. Additionally, West Berlin was never officially West German territory. They simply operated as a stand-in for foreign affairs and currency administration. Russian for restructuring, a policy of economic revolution via the introduction of market-oriented economics that was implemented in 1985 by the Soviet Union. Originally, it was an attempt to reboot a stalled socialist economy, but it led to the end of the Communist Party's one-party dominance and the collapse of the USSR. Butterfly effect. This is a long one, though. There you go, okay. A part of chaos theory that says if a butterfly flaps its wings in Beijing, a storm will occur in New York. Even a small change in starting conditions can lead to radically different results. Chaos theory states that it can be difficult to predict the outcomes of a system even if the equations describing it are extremely simple. But this does not mean, however, that these outcomes are random. It means that even a minor change in a process can cause an unexpected divergence in the results. Also, this theory does not apply to short-term predictions. Like, for example, if you don't know what chaos theory is, chaos theory and butterfly effect. Butterfly effect is simple. Basically, imagine if, one day let's say you're a student, you're walking to school and you trip over a crack on the floor and you sprain your ankle. Let's say as you're still walking to school after that, you happen to find out that a zombie apocalypse happened. And you find out it's stationed in your area, and so zombie outbreak happens in your school and you try to run away but you die because you sprained your ankle. But let's say you don't sprain your ankle and you get to school. Now you can run away, and it changes everything completely. It can literally be as simple as life or death. As for chaos theory, what was my point with chaos theory actually? What was I going to say? I was just talking about butterfly effect. There you go. Yeah, no, okay, chaos theory, yeah. So basically, that chaos theory, nothing is random. It's just more that, like, things can change significantly off of just one thing. It, like Okabe proved, actually, like with, Lukaku and his mom and his gender, how it's as simple as sending a message to his mom through her pager saying, like, eat veggies if you want a girl, and look how much it changed. He lost the IBN, Lukaku turned into a girl, and that changed significantly. Or like Ferris with her dad, stuff like that. A single change to the past and a butterfly effect makes the entire world so different. Do they know how many people died?
君や君の友達には本当に他の世界の歴史が見えているのか？私にはとても信じられない。頭のおかしい学者どものたわごとにしか。
He was about to push me further when we heard the sound of an incoming call from a cell phone. Shimoyama grunted and took his phone out of his pocket.
下山だ。ああ、今防衛局へ。何？どういうことだ、それは。くそ、これだからバカどもが。あいつらどこの国の政治家だ。
Shumiyama's fingers slammed down on the end call button so hard I thought the phone would break. There's a look of rage on his face.
行き先変更だ。嘉手納基地へ向かえ。第2ゲートだ。
Kadena Air Base, an American air base in Japan, has twice the area of Tokyo International Airport. His words were filled with irritation as he spoke to a driver who said not a word, like legit his mouth said a word. Changing destinations? Who was he talking to? As I sat there confused, Shimoyama started to call someone else.
下山だ。行き先を変更する。嘉手納基地の第2ゲート前で落ち合う。
That was all he said before he hung out.
どういうことですか？
状況が変わった。これから岡部君は米軍基地に行ってもらう。そのまま米軍機でアメリカ行き、なんていう楽しい旅行が待っているかもしれんな。
America?
せめてファーストクラスを準備するよう要求しておくが、期待はしないでほしい。あいつらは我々の言うことなど、飼い犬の吠え声としか思ってない。
Toxic. I got too much proof. I got too much proof. I got too much proof.
なんでアメリカに？
CIA か NSC か知らんが、君の即時引き渡しを求めているそうだ。
Alright. NSC, American National Security Council. An organization that works directly for the White House and advises the President on national security matters. It consists of the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, and the Secretary of Defense. I'm not finished. Unread. Have I really not read any of these? What the heck? CIA. An abbreviation used by the American Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA reports directly to the President. They engage in spying, intelligence gathering, political manipulation in foreign nations to guarantee American security. They are said to have been involved in many major historical events. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, an American police organization. It is attached to the Department of Justice and handles crimes that occur on American soil. There are approximately 30,000 people who work for the FBI. When crimes take place involving a wide area in multiple states, the FBI investigates under federal law. The hippocampal gyrus is found on the outside edge of the hippocampus. It is part of the brain that controls memories and spatial recognition. It is responsible for spatial processing as well as the sensation of being familiar with the situation or place. It plays an important role in memory encoding and retrieval. Okay, the kingdom of Ryukyu, the kingdom that would later become modern Okinawa. The country had a long history that stretched over 4.5 centuries and served as a major trading point in the Asian region. The capital was located in Naha at Shuri Castle. High-ranking noble families called Wikata built castles called Gusuku on top of mountains and hills and ruled over their own local areas. In 1609, they were invaded by Satsuma province and were forced to pay tribute both to Satsuma and the Edo shogunate. Even so, the kingdom was allowed to keep its independent status, but in 1879, the Restoration government forced it to hand over Shuri Castle, and it officially became part of Japan. Religious rituals played an extremely important role in the life of the kingdom of Ryukyu. These rituals were held by priestesses called Noro. There you go. Baby doll, baby doll, baby doll.
だからなぜ？
そんなことはあいつらに直接聞け。
Then he turned back towards the front and fell silent. refusing to answer any of my questions. The car went down the road for a while until we got off the exit that read South Okinawa. I love that scene so much. So fire. We stopped in front of the gate. Several U.S. soldiers had evidently been waiting for my
君をア
arrival.
メリカに渡したらもう我々のところには正しい情報なんて一つも降りてこなくなるだろう。だからこれが最後の機会だ。
Shumiyama turned around from the front passenger seat and looked straight at me. His eyes were desperate and begging.
教えてくれ。我々はこの先どうすればいいんだ。頼む。
I remembered all the soldiers in Tokyo who fought so desperately to protect me. Were they fighting to help someone else in Tokyo right now? Or are they already...
わかりません。
岡部君。
本当にわからないんです。俺一人の力でこの戦争をどうにかできると思いますか？ゴリバチョフやレリツィンがロシアの大統領になるとか、東西冷戦を劇的に終結させるとか、そんな歴史を知っていたところでどうにもならない。
I could hear the sound of another car getting closer. Shumiyama sighed and opened the passenger
降
door.
りたまえ。
I exited the car as I was told. Mayuri got out of the van behind us and ran over to me. Yeah, it was a hug. Yeah, I remember the scene too. So adorable. Mayuri in military camo is something I would never thought I'd see. So funny. My childhood friend flung herself into my arms and I held her tight. Remember, this has been a month since he's been in his timeline. And probably even longer since they've seen each other. I could feel her warmth. Mayuri was here. Never gone almost a whole month without seeing her before. This was wartime. I couldn't easily contact her like I could in the old world line. I was so worried about whether or not Mayuri was okay. No exaggeration to say that I survived this far just to make sure. I would waste the entire Alpha World line to save her. No matter what happened, I wanted her to be safe. I held her too closely. I took a step back. There you go. I was gonna say it right. There was no way that they let Ferris keep her maid ears, but they let her keep her wig, which is really surprising. Or was Ferris's hair always just that long? Ferris Nyanya. I guess it always was, yeah. Yeah, because her hair was usually braided, so makes sense. There you go. Oh, wow. Ferris is 18 in Steins Gate. That's so wild. I genuinely can't believe that. Ferris is 18 in this game. She's the same age as Okabe. Wow. That's crazy. That's so crazy to think about. Wow. Anyways, yeah, we got Luca, Mayuri, Kaide, and Ferris, which is surprisingly tall in this. Heard two more voices I recognized. Ferris and Luca, and behind them I saw Kaide.
よく無事で。
岡部さん、僕
Lukaku.
I found myself getting choked up too when I saw Lukaku cry. I exchanged greetings with Kaide too. Fubuki had grabbed onto her like a little kid. She was still pale and trembling.
フェリス。さすがにメイド服じゃないんだな。
フェイリスって呼ばれたのも久しぶりにゃ。
Varys spoke sadly. Then she put her hand around my neck and held me close. Her little pink lips got close to my ear as if she was about to kiss me.
おい。
What was going on?
照れることないにゃ。
She laughed mischievously. Then Varys, no, Rumi Hilaki had whispered into my ear while pretending to kiss me.
気をつけて。防衛省の人も米軍の人も信用してはダメ。大人は嘘だらけ。みんな本当のことを言わないわ。
That's right. Varys had a special talent. Cheshire break. That's what she called it. It's not crazy to say that. Cheshire break. Cheshire cat. A fictional grinning cat in Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. She was incredible at looking into someone's heart and seeing what they were thinking.
思い知ったよ。
One of them just tricked me. Varys looked surprised and took a step back.
悲しいにゃ。
そうだな。
And then I heard the sound of another engine. This time it was coming from beyond the gate and inside the base. It belonged to a black luxury car with an E on the license plate. Behind it was a minibus. The two of them stopped in front of the gate. It was time for my reunion to end. An American soldier as tall as a basketball player got out of the car. His Japanese was good, but not great. He was smiling, but I could tell he wasn't going to allow any arguments. Any other Americans or American soldiers were still carrying their rifles as they stood guard without smiles. Shumiyama and other Japanese soldiers were watching us from a distance. They didn't try to stop us, they were just looking downwards.
オカリン以外ってどういうこと？
怖がらなくていいです。皆さんには少し話を聞かせてもらいます。でも後ですぐに沖縄防衛局へ送ります。さあ、どうぞ。
This English, bro. This is Japanese.
オカリン。
大丈夫だ。安心しろ。
でも。
ユキさん、参りを頼みます。
はい。
That's it? That's all you gotta say? Is it what you wanted? Let's see, how far am I from Oh, I forgot. He took a different... Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, I'm a bit of a dog, if you know what I mean. Anyways. This is the route that we're on, so... It's now or never. It's now or never. Yuki nodded and put her arm around Mayuri's shoulder as she led her to the bus. Everyone else followed.
俺の両親によろしく言っておいてくれ。
Yeah, that's awful. Tell my parents I said hi. Nothing else. Not that I love them, not that I miss them, just hi. Once everyone but me was on, the minibus left immediately. The area in front of the gate was silent. It's hard to believe this existed in the same world as the places I crossed on my escape to Japan's main island.
さて、それではミスター岡部、 あなたはどうぞこちらの車へ。
He told me to get in the back seat of the black luxury car. What will happen to me once I got inside? I tried to think about it, but realized there was something I could do. I was just about to get into the car when...
岡部君逃げろ。アメリカへ行ったらもう生きて戻れる。
Oh wow, I forgot that happened. Oh my goodness, I forgot that happened. Oh wow. Shimoyama's scream was cut off by the sound of gunfire. In the corner of my eye, I saw the American soldiers firing without hesitation. No way. I tried to turn around, but a large hand blocked my vision as Hammond helped me down. I couldn't hear Shimoyama's voice anymore. Through the gaps between his fingers, I could see that nothing was moving. I knew exactly what that meant. I was shoved into the car before I had time to think about it. I tried to open my mouth, but Hammond looked into my eyes and shook his head. I wasn't supposed to talk then. Hammond sat next to me, then closed the door. The car started to move. Soon we turned down a different road than the one the minibus was taking. America, huh? Never been there before. What are they gonna do to me then? Use me as a guinea pig? Cut open my head and dissect my brain? Probably wasn't gonna be able to do any tourist things. Felt like screaming, but tried my best to stay calm. Hammond suddenly spoke, then handed me something. I took it before I even looked at what it was. When I checked, it was a normal smartphone.
ロックはかかっていません。そこのボタンを押して。
I remember this. Confused, I pressed the button as I was told. And then something appeared on the screen. That's a hard CG. I really like the CG. It was Amadeus. Yep. Amadeus cursing. Or it was Amadeus cursing. I was about to ask Hammond when, for the first time in about a month, the feeling came back. I don't remember if we went back to the same timeline. The whole world in all its colors began to shift. There was a feeling of instability, like my brain was unable to recognize where it was, and a dizziness and a sense of falling, like you get when you're anemic. I could hear the blood vessels deep within my ears, and they sounded really loud. A sense of floating finally stopped, and my surroundings coalesced into firm shapes. Mayuri was in front of me. And now marks the end of the timeline where the Russians... when the Russians used the time machine to go back in time and stop the USSR from, being disbanded, I guess. That's the way to put it. Gehenna Stigwell. There you go. Mayuri was in front of me. I was in a lab in a room I knew well. There was no trace of Okinawa anywhere.
そんなに見つめられたら、まゆし恥ずかしいんだけど。
That's adorable. I realized that I was staring at Mayuri. I looked around the room. Dara was sitting in front of the PC like always, hunched over with his back towards us. Suzuha was reading a magazine on the couch. On the open page, I could read the title, New Encephalitis Strikes Worldwide. Are you in danger? The same couch The same cheap fridge, Daryl's computer desk, the dirty curtain that cut off the development room from the rest of the lab. The wall clock, which I picked up out of a garbage dump, told me it was past 6. I looked at the calendar and 2010 was already gone. It was January 2011. The world line had changed again. I was back to the old world line.
マユリ、ここって秋葉原だよな。違うのか。
秋葉原だよ。
今日って何日だっけ。
21日。
ゴリバチョフ知ってるか。
ゴリバチョフ？どこかで聞いたことがあるような。
ペレストロイカっしょ。恐ろしや。あ、でもゴリビーってソ連時代だっけ？やっぱロシアといえばプーシンっしょ。目の前で睨まれたらしょんべんちびる自信あるね。
プーシンさんなら知ってるよ。ロシアの大統領さんだよね。実はワンコが好きなんだよ。秋田犬を飼ってるんだって。ニュースでやってた。
That's cute.
大統領。
Perestroika.
そうだ。大統領だ。
Mayuri, Daru, and Suzuha looked over at me suspiciously. Felt like a long time since anyone had looked at me that way. I was back. No longer had to worry that I might get killed at any second. I felt incredibly relieved. At the same time, I wondered, why had the world line changed again? Need to calm down and think for a bit. I went up to the roof and booted up the web browser on my phone. Unlike during wartime, it connected immediately. I was amazed at the speed. Just getting an internet connection in the last world line had been difficult enough. I started by searching for Gorbachev, and the results came back instantly. Perestroika, the Soviet Union's first and last president. The August coup d'etat and the collapse of the Soviet Union. All key words I hoped to see were there. As soon as I confirmed that the Soviet Union was dismantled at the end of the 20th century and no longer existed, I closed the browser. Then why had the world line shifted again? I hadn't done anything. I didn't even have any way to affect the divergence value. So what had changed it? Had whoever had performed the first experiment in Russia undone it? Had they watched its progress for a month and then been satisfied? Were they going to keep doing it? And if they did, would I be caught up in it each time?
Sam.
It was a mistake to come outside without a coat on. Nothing I could come up with by myself would be anything more than a guess. I went back to the lab. The wreaths we'd put up at the entrance to the Christmas party was still up.
Christmas party. か。
It'd only been a month, hadn't it? It felt like a million years ago. Had no memories of what I'd done in this world line after the Christmas party.
ああ、そういえば飾り付け放置したまんまだっけ。いい加減外さないとな。パーティーの時にオカリンと吹雪氏が倒れたっしょ。それでバタバタしちゃってちゃんと片付けできてないんだよね。
俺と中瀬さんが倒れた。
Was that when the world line changed? Everyone remembered that I collapsed at the Christmas party, which means I'd come back to the same world line as the one I'd been in before. If this was Russia's doing, it was terrifying to think they could control the world line to that degree. And there was one more thing. It worried me that Fubuki had collapsed too. I stood there lost in thought. Daru and Mayuri looked a little concerned.
そういえば中瀬さんの具合はどうなのかなって思ってな。
I quickly came up with an excuse.
ふぶきちゃん、まだ入院してるんだ。
入院？もう1ヶ月近く経ってるのにか？
本人は大丈夫だって言ってるんだけど、 ちっとも退院させてもらえないんだって。
I heard that lately. Unless you were really, really sick, they wouldn't let you stay in the hospital for very long. Was Sabuki sick with
これ
something?
の疑いが晴れないらしいね。
Suzuha whispered as she held up the page of the magazine she was reading. New encephalitis strikes so wide. Are you in danger?
新型脳炎
I borrowed the magazine. They were talking about this last November. I seen a glimpse of it on the news. I said in Japan, they'd seen almost 100 people, albeit with mild symptoms. In Japan, there were 10 people being kept at hospitals for examinations, or so it said. So it had made its way to Japan. One of those 10 was Fubuki then. Was it transmissible by air? We didn't catch it at the Christmas party, did we? I knew that getting nervous wouldn't help anything, but still, I wondered.
ねえ、オカリンも一度病院で見てもらった方がいいんじゃないかな。あの時のオカリン、吹雪ちゃんよりもっと具合悪そうだったよ。
ああ、考えておくよ。
I gave a half-hearted answer to my Yuri and turned back to the magazine. Strange symptoms being found all over the world. Cause unknown. Sudden memory loss. Memories differ from those of the people around you. Losing all sense of the passage of time. Losing the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality. And sometimes having waking dreams. The article was filled with things like that. This was like,
リーディングしたいなみたいじゃないか。
yeah, we mentioned that before. I don't know why they're bringing it up again, but it matched exactly with what Shimoyama told me in Another World. I guess it's just a refresher.
随分とリアルな夢を見たりするぞな。ひどい時には白チュームというのかな。現実と夢の区別がつかなくなることもあるという。中瀬君と非常によく似た白チュームを見る人たちが
Oh, sorry about that.
一人や二人じゃない。
I wonder back then if Ibuki possessed reading Steiner too. Maybe the reason she collapsed at the Christmas party wasn't some new disease, but the unexpected activation of reading Steiner. That will mean her diagnosis was wrong. The unnecessary tests and treatments they gave her wouldn't help a bit. They looked like I needed to talk to Shiburi. Who? Fubuki. Oh my goodness. I ended up going over that. Oh wow. I ended up going over that day. She was at a large general hospital with a medical student department located in Oshinomizu. It was close enough to Akihabara I could walk, and getting there was easy. Now she might get the wrong idea if I went alone. I encouraged Mayuri to come with me, hoping it would look like I was only coming as an afterthought. But it ended up being a bigger deal than I expected. When I heard that Mayuri was going, Yuki and Kaide decided to come too. Okay. Evidently, they had all been to visit Fubuki several times before, and they knew exactly where she was located. They walked down the halls without hesitation. It was almost 8 when visiting hours ended, so we needed to hurry. But as we passed by a nurse's station, there was a minor commotion. A woman in her late 40s wearing a gray jersey was yelling at the doctors and nurses.
ですから必要な検査と治療を行った後にですね。
治療なんて何にもしてないじゃない。しかもちょっとした検査のはずがなんで1ヶ月も出られないの。仕事はどうしてくれるの。
落ち着いてください。この病気は未知の部分が多く、十分な検査を行って慎重に治療をしませんと危険なのです。
嘘。テレビじゃそんなに大変な病気じゃないから安心しろみたいに言ってたわよ。
ですからそれは適切な検査と治療を行うことが前提です。先ほども突然のめまいを起こしたと看護師からの報告が来ています。
あれは 夕飯が遅いからお腹が空いて貧血になっただけよ。私は元気なの。さっさと退院させて。
The woman was about ready to grab the doctor by the throat. Several female nurses held her back and then dragged her off somewhere with reassuring words.
びっくりしたわ。吹雪ちゃんは大丈夫かな？
The girls hurried even faster down the hallway. Fubuki was in a 4-person room at the very end of the hallway. We hesitantly peeked inside.
この声。
We could hear moaning coming from beyond the curtain surrounding Fubuki's bed. Mayuri went pale and hurriedly ripped them open. Fubuki made a strange noise and spun around as we came in. I looked closer and saw that she was sitting on a bed with her legs crossed watching a show and an LCD TV attached to it. Her eyes were red and swollen with tears, but given the fact that she had a stick of pokey in her mouth, she was probably just crying over a soap opera.
あ、え？おお、みんな、また来てくれたんだ。
Fubuki wiped away her tears and welcomed us with her usual smile.
マユシはドキドキしちゃったよ。吹雪ちゃんが泣いてるって思って。紛らわしいんだから。ごめんごめん。
Even as she apologized, she tossed another chocolate-coated stick into her mouth. Her hair was tied up, and she was wearing some kind of headgear. At first I thought it was just that she was too lazy to do her hair, but evidently not. There were cords coming out of the headgear that were attached to a belt around her waist. Were they monitoring her brainwaves? As unobtrusively as possible, I took a look at the other patients around the room. They were all wearing the same headgear. They may have been giving it to all the encephalitis patients.
吹雪ちゃん、ごめんね。みんなで押しかけちゃって。とんでもない。大歓迎だよ。それに、オカリンさんまで来てくれるとは思わなかった。
Fubuki stared at me intently. She'd never done that before, so I started to wonder if there was something on my face.
俺と同じように倒れたって言うから気になってたんだ。具合は？
全然平気。なんで退院できないのか本当わかんないよ。毎日検査するだけで他には何にもやることないし、退屈で。しかもさ、病室って携帯禁止なんだよね。メールしたくてもロビーまで行かないとダメだし、夜9時になると勝手に消灯されちゃうから深夜アニメも見られないし、もう信じられない。
Her bed was surrounded with portable game consoles, magazines, a miniature DVD player, anything to stave off boredom. And given all the half-empty boxes of snacks, it was hard to believe the disease was as serious as they said on the news.
オカリンさんは大丈夫なの？
ああ、マユリにも言ったが、この通りなんともない。
そっか、よかった。
She seemed truly relieved, but she was still staring at me. And suddenly Kari started to fidget. Not only that, she blushed and glanced at me and then almost started to cry. She was acting really weird.
楓ちゃん？どうかした？
Kari started fidgeting even more when she realized that everyone was looking at her. But she had no choice but to go over and whisper something in Fubuki's ear.
吹雪ちゃん、
Other girls tried to quiet Fubuki down. This was a hospital and there were other patients in the room. Couldn't make a fuss.
だって皆さん、ちょっと聞いてくださいよ。ここにいらっしゃる来島楓さんってば、私とオカリンさんがみんなに隠れてこっそり付き合ってるんじゃないかって疑ってるんですよ。
Now it was our turn to keep from shouting in surprise.
何を言い出すんだ。
だってマユリちゃんの話だと 今日吹雪ちゃんのお見舞いに行こうと言い出したのってオカリンさんなんですよね。
それはまあそうだが。
There was another reason, but I couldn't say that.
それにさっきから吹雪ちゃんとオカリンさん愛おしそうに見つめ合ってるし。愛おしそうに見つめてないから。そうじゃなくて、
Fuki tried to scratch her hair, but the headgear blocked her way and gave up.
リアルな夢をね、見ちゃって。
リアルな夢。
I was startled. That may have been what I wanted to
今
find
日の
out.
夕方くらいかな。少しうとうとしてたんだ。やることもないし暇すぎちゃって。そしたらなんかね、あんまり詳しくは覚えてないんだけど、私とオカリンさんとユキさんが怖い人に車に乗せられてどこかへ連れて行かれる夢を見ちゃったんだ。私も出てくるの？うん。
It was the same. The Fuki had experienced the same things I'd gone through in the other world line. This evening would have been the same time I was experiencing it. I peeked through the curtains to make sure that none of the hospital staff were around.
みんな悪いが中瀬さんと2人で話をさせてくれないか。
まさか。
違うって。
Wasn't really sure how to handle that reaction.
それはマユシーたちには聞かれたくないこと？
病気のことについてなんだ。
わかった。
Mayuri nodded and went outside the curtains. The other two looked bothered, but they followed her.
中瀬さん、君の話した夢なんだが、もしかして場所は沖縄じゃなかったか？
え？そうだね。うん、多分沖縄だったと思う。車に乗ってる時にそういう看板を見た気がする。
車に乗ってたのは俺と君、そしてユキさん、他に運転手と背の低い自衛隊の男。男の名前は下山。
Fubuki suddenly went pale. The dream about being in a car in Okinawa could be written off as a coincidence, but knowing the exact name of the man in that shared dream was a different matter entirely.
どうして？
その男は君に白チュームの話をした。ロシアの大統領の話も。そして俺たちは米軍基地に連れて行かれた。そこでマユリたちと合流して俺とは別れた。
Fubuki was too stunned to speak. There was no room for doubt. My suspicion turned into certainty. Fubuki had a stronger reading strand than most people, and remembered the other worldliner's relatively realistic dream.
夢の中でその下山って人が言ってた。オカリンさんも私と同じで別の世界の記憶を持ってるんだって。
ああ。
それって本当だったんだ。
ああ。
I hesitated for a moment, but then I gave her a brief explanation of my own reading standard ability. The one thing I wanted to make sure she understood was that her dreams weren't caused by an illness, but her reaction wasn't what I expected.
だったら他にもいるかも。病気じゃない人。
そうなのか。
暇だからみんなとね、よく話をするんだ。自分の見た夢の話。それがものすごくそっくりでびっくりすることがあって。ついさっきもね、隣の部屋に入院してる 小学生の子が言ってた。ここで仲良くなった子なんだけど。
3 hours, right? Yeah, oh, 3.5 hours. Wow. I've been going for a minute. I'm going for an itty bitty minute. I'm gonna lunch in the Jewish community. That little baby song's so fire, bro. I'm telling them, bro, for immunity. There you go. Okay. Wait, I gotta check something actually. Hold on. Wait. There's no way. This is coincidence, right? There's no way. Steins vibes. Okay. One, two, three, four, five. Yo, that's so funny. So, in my Steins like VODs playlist, like the original game, my 6th stream was 4 hours long. This stream is getting closer to 4 hours long. I just thought it was funny coincidence.
一度も行ったことないはずなのに、沖縄にいる夢を見たって。戦争で東京が燃えちゃって、自衛隊に助けられて沖縄へ逃げる夢だったって。
そうか。
Oh no. If that was true, then it wasn't just Fubuki. There were other patients who were being kept in the hospital for no reason, who didn't have any kind of
お医
disease
者
at
さ
all.
んに話した方がいい。
いや、とてもじゃないが信じてもらえるとは思えない。それどころか妄想がひどくなったって診断されたりでもしたら。
そっか。
他の人にもまだ黙っていた方がいい。騒ぎになったら大変だ。
Then Yuki poked her head through the curtain.
岡部さん、看護師さんがこっちに来ます。
面会時間おしまいですよ。
Looked at the clock. It was well past 8.
パタパタしちゃってごめんね、ふぶきちゃん。今度はゆっくりできるように早めに来るね。ああ、まゆし、行っちゃやだ。でもナースさんに怒られちゃうよ。そんなの別にいいよ。今夜は私と一緒に寝て。
Fubuki was back to her usual self. She grabbed my Yuru's hand and held it tight. Kairi chuckled and forced her to let go.
なるべく来てあげるから。わがまま言っちゃダメ。なるべくじゃやだよ。明日も明後日も放課後になったら来て。暇で死んじゃう。
Fubuki flailed her arms and legs about. It was a bit too deliberate, if you ask me. Kairi patted her on the head.
それじゃあまたね。
Mayuri and Yuki went over to pat her, too. Before long, she looked like a little puppy in a kennel being petted. We left her behind and exited the room. I was the last to leave, and before I did, I turned around and saw Fubuki staring at us from the bed. Our eyes met, and so I nodded a little. It's okay. You're not sick, don't worry. I don't know if she understood what I meant, but she nodded back. The hospital halls were strangely silent after visiting hours were over. Oh, that's hard. That's hard. That's so hard. Something in a short message made me feel very tense. After I said my goodbyes to the others, I contacted Suzuha. She told me to come up to the top of the radio building. I happens here, but I know what happens here. I just don't know if I should do it or not. That's a good question. I really don't know if I should do it or not. Whatever, I'll do it. I'll do it. When I arrived, she was standing silently on the dark roof. There was no trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes shone in the darkness, and as she glared at me, I felt a shiver run down my spine. This was not the Suzuha I was used to. Maybe this was her true self. Whatever she wanted to talk to me about, I was sure I wasn't gonna like it.
悪かったね、オカリンおじさん。こんなところに呼び出しちゃって。
話ってなんだ？
あ、うん。私はなんていうか、話の駆け引きとか上手な情報の引き出し方とかそういうの苦手でさ。
And the way she stumbled over her words, it was clearly something she didn't want to talk
単刀
about.
直入に言ってくれ。以前のお前なら多分そうしていただろう。
そうだね。
もしかして俺のこと気遣ってくれてるのか？そうか。ありがとう。
別にそんなんじゃ。
Suzuha got a little annoyed and tried to say something back to me, but ended up swallowing her
実は
words.
俺最初はちょっとショックだったんだ。お前が俺のよく知ってる鈴葉と全然違ったから。
それは仕方ない。世界線が違えば育った環境もそこで出来上がる人格や考え方も変わる。
ああ、でも今はそうは思わない。鈴葉はやっぱり鈴葉だよ。
いや、やっぱり私は違う。オカリンおじさんのよく知ってる天音鈴葉じゃない。
鈴葉？
今日私はオカリンおじさんを尾行したんだ。
尾行？
そう、病院の中までずっと。
What did she say? Why'd she do that? No. I know the answer without even asking. There was only one reason she would do something like
俺
that.
が世界線を移動したことに気づいたのか？
あのクリスマスの夜におじさんにリーディングシュタイナーが発動したんじゃないかとずっと疑ってたんだ。あの日だけじゃない、今日もだ。それで確信に変わったよ。
I deliberately avoided telling Suzuha that the world line had changed. It was obvious that she would react like this.
聞かせて。ここはもう前の世界線とは変わってしまったのか？
聞いてどうする？
いいから答えて。
Yeah.
これは命令だ。岡部倫太郎。
Yeah. Suzuha, no. I gulped as I saw her pull a gleaming pistol out from her jacket. It was aimed right between my eyes.
冗談だよな？
冗談でこんなことはしない。
Felt like Suzuha was trying to revert to who she was when I first come to the Beta Worldline. A woman who put her mission above everything else. She was so desperate at her to even look at her. What would happen if she shot me here? I imagined myself lying on the ground in a pool of blood. My mind, the image overlapped with Curse's dead body. I closed my eyes and grit my teeth, trying to avoid a flashback. I spent the last month trying to escape Okinawa in the middle of a war, but I still wasn't used to having a gun pointed right at
もう
me.
一度聞く。世界線は変動したのか？ここはもう 以前とは違う世界なのか。
But Suzuha's hands were shaking a little as she held the gun. That would have been unimaginable when she first came here from the future. Maybe she was ashamed of it because she bit down on her teeth even harder. She must have bit her lip when she did so because a single trail of blood ran down her jaw and dripped onto the ground. I stared at the blood as I answered.
俺たちは以前のままの世界線にいる。
本当に？
ああ、一度別の世界線に移動したのは事実だが、再び元に戻ったはずだ。
それをやったのは誰だ？ロシアか？
だと思う。
とうとうタイムマシンの実験を開始したってことか。
I nodded.
それならもう一刻の猶予もないじゃないか。連中が実験を続ければやがて取り返しのつかないことが起きる。シュタインズゲートに続く道が閉ざされてしまうかもしれない。私はバカだ。悩んでる場合じゃなかった。もう説得なんて終わりだ。
どうする気だ？
岡部倫太郎、私の命令に従ってもらう。一緒に7月28日に行くんだ。
拒否したら？
拒否なんてさせない。
お前はいいのか？それで
何？
この世界線をなかったことにしてしまって、それで。
うるさい。
I mean, Okami is a demon for that. That's evil. There was a horrible ringing in my ears and a fierce pain in my eardrums. A second later, the smell of gunpowder passed my face. She really shot at me.
次は脅しじゃなくて当てる。
She was glaring at me as if she was about to cry. We stared at each other in silence. I tried as hard as I could to come up with something to calm her down, but nothing came to me. Nothing I could come up with would get her to change her mind. What should I do?
Suzuha, Okarin, nani yatte n da o?
Suddenly I heard Daru's voice. I turned and saw that he'd just come out of the door near the stairs.
父さん、どうして？
マユシとアマネシからメールがあったんだ。なんか鈴葉がオカリンを呼び出したって言うからさ、嫌な予感がして探してたんだお。あと差出人不明のメールがあった。
差出人不明？
この場所のマップの URL を送りつけられた。もしやと思って真っ先に来てみたわけ。そしたら銃声がしたからびっくりしたっつうの。
Daru's whole body was covered in sweat. Even as he spoke, large beads were appearing on his forehead. He must have really heard.
で、鈴葉、その銃は何なん？
いや、鈴葉は別に何も。
何もなかったら銃なんて撃たないっしょ、上皇。ほら鈴葉、話してみるといいのだぜ。
父さんだって本当は分かってるくせに。
何が？
世界線が変動したことだよ。ロシアがタイムマシンの実験を始めたんだ。
それって確定なん？
だから焦ってるんじゃないか。このままじゃ何もかも終わりなんだ。シュタインズゲートに到達できない。第三次世界大戦も防げない。大勢の人が死んで、母さんも死んで、何もかも回避できない。
それは困るお。でもだからってさ、オカリンを脅して無理やり過去へ連れて行ったとして、それでうまくいくわけ
Daru's normally easygoing expression has suddenly turned
タイム
serious.
マシンや世界線のことを研究し始めて、なんとなく分かってきたんだよね。 オカリンの言う通り普通のやり方じゃ何度やってもマキセ氏の命を救うことなんてできないんじゃないかって。
父さんまで何を言って。
世界線のルールや因果率がそんな簡単に変えられるんなら、オカリンの言うアルファ世界線でマユ氏の命だって救えたはずっしょ。
Yeah, no, 100% he's right. He's completely right. There you go. Causality. The school of thought that says that all things have a cause and an effect. This idea is at the core of relativity theory. However, it has been observed in the microscale world of quantum mechanics that causality does not always apply. So, I want to make sure that this isn't misunderstood. Daru isn't saying that it's hopeless. That's not what he's saying at all. He's just saying that if the method that they were trying would have worked, then Okabe wouldn't have had to struggle as much as he did. He wouldn't have had Makise die on him, or, well, he wouldn't have killed her, nor would Mayuri have died as often as she did if causality wasn't in effect.
じゃあどうしたらいいって言うんだ。
Yes. Daru brought his fist up to his chest.
どうすべきかを僕らは研究してるわけっしょ。
でももう時間が。
大丈夫、僕に任せとけって。絶対に何とかしてみせる。たまには父さんの言うことも素直に聞いてほしいのだぜ。
Daru's voice is strong and kind in a way that you never imagined he was capable of. He softly took the gun from Suzu's hands. She didn't
ほら
resist.
銃なんかよりもっと大切なものを忘れてろ。今日みたいな寒い日にこそこれを使うべき。
Daru took something out of his pocket. He passed them to Suzuha's hands. It's the gloves. Yep. It's a good man right there. It's a good man. It's a pair of handmade gloves. The present that Yuki had given her at the Christmas party. I remembered it well.
私
When he gave her the gloves, warm tears started to flow down her
どう
face.
していいのかわかんない。わかんなくなっちゃった。
うん。
助けて父さん、助けてお願い。
Suzuha's shoulders shook as the tears poured down. I turned my eyes towards the time machine, silhouetted in
Orewa.
darkness.
もう乗らないって決めたんだ。
No matter what Daru said, no matter how Suzuha threatened me, I wasn't going back to the past. I can't look back. Which is weird, right? Because like you look at it from Okabe's perspective in what's it called? In this world line where he went to the world line where Russia, what's it called? Russia started, hold on, let me try to explain it as good as I can. Where Russia used a time machine to stop the Soviet Union from falling apart. So you would think that that would be enough to be like, oh shoot, I can't let this happen, even if it's not the same World War III. Well, no, because that World War was a Cold War, while Suzuha's was World War III. So arguably World War III is significantly worse, I imagine. But getting a taste of it alone, of wartime, should have been like, okay, maybe I should lock in. Not to devalue or diminish what he experienced. That's real, genuine pain and PTSD. That's not easy to get over. But it's also thinking about him living through it as well. Like, there you go. You would think it would at least have an effect on him, but it didn't. honestly didn't think that this day would be as long as it is, but I'm trying to get to like the end of the 21st. See if I can do that, but man, Ken Carson, lame. Oh, lame, I do. I deserve it all. There you go. Okay. I deserve it all. Okay, sorry, just had to fix that. Anyways, let's keep going. The next thing she knew, Suzuha was inside the time machine, wrapped up in a blanket. She must have been crying a lot because she hadn't even noticed that she'd come inside the time machine or that Irotaro had left. Her dad was next to her. He was also wrapped up in a blanket and he was looking at her.
落ち着いた？
今何時？
She wiped away the tears as she asked.
もうすぐ日付が変わるよ。
ごめん、こんな時間まで付き合わせて。
平気平気。
It's a nice
前にも言っ
CG.
たっしょ。父さんのこといくらでも頼っていいのだぜって。
うん。
The time machine's hatch was still open, and cold air was pouring in. Each time they spoke, they could see their breath turn white. The machine was still silent. They could use the life support system in the cockpit to keep out the cold, but she didn't want to waste the energy. She rubbed her cheeks with her glove-covered hands. The gloves Yuki gave her were very warm, and her hands were the one part of her that wasn't cold.
僕さ、いつか必ずオカリンも僕らと一緒に、いや違うな。僕らの先頭に立って指揮を取ってくれるって信じてるんだよね。
Suzuha was a little surprised to see Itaru speaking seriously. Normally, all Itaru ever did was screw around.
未来ガジェット研究所はオカリンがいてこそだから。
At the end of the day, yeah.
今はちょっと腐ってるけどきっと立ち直る。同時に法王院京馬もよみがえるわけ。不死鳥の名は伊達じゃない的な、中二病オツ的な。その時が来たら多分オカリンは自分からタイムマシンに乗るよ。鈴葉に言われなくってもね。
Suzuha realized that Itaru was trying to make her feel better. Suddenly, deep in her heart, she felt a little warmer.
父さん、すごく恥ずかしいこと言ってるの自覚してる？
うわ、ですよね。オカリン本人の前じゃ口が裂けても言えないな。
He is right, though.
私、明日までに手紙書くよ。オカリンおじさんに。直接顔見て話すとまた変な感じになっちゃうから。ごめんなさいっていうのと、もうちょっとだけもがいてみるって。だからオカリンおじさんにも考えてみてほしいって。
That's the thing, he's been thinking about it. He's not going
そ
to.
うは言っても実はもうあんまり時間はないんだけど。
時間ないって？ロシアが実験を開始したから？
実はタイムマシンを制御してる量子コンピューターの内蔵電池もうすぐ切れそうなんだ。
マジ？
前に話したよね。かがりを探すために1998年から何度もマシンを使ったって。それは当初の計画にはなかった行動なんだ。当然 マシンを制御するコンピューターの使用回数も予定より多くなって。
それでバッテリーが消耗したっつうことか。
マシンそのものの燃料よりそっちの方が深刻なんだよ。マシンを正確に制御してジャンプさせることが難しくなる。
バッテリーだったら交換とか充電とかすればいいんじゃね？
無理だよ。
ちょっとだけその内蔵電池見させてもらっていいかな？
I'm sorry. I gotta. What else is I gonna? Yeah, I think that's what I got so far. Yeah. Susan nodded and pointed to a piece of the core of the machine. Itaru leaned his huge body forward to take a look, but soon he gave out a moan of confusion.
なんぞこれ。
The battery was the same size as the cars, but it was the product of 2036's technology. Itaru lived in the year 2010. There's probably no way he could understand it. From Itaru's perspective, it might as well have been a black box of unknown technology. A quick look wouldn't tell him anything about how it was built or how it would work. That was one reason why Suzuha had agreed to let him look at it.
2010年の技術で何とかするのは無理だと思う。言うなればそれは使い切りの電池と同じ状態ってこと。充電も交換もできない。
この時代のバッテリーか発電機に乾燥するのは
Imagine it'd be too weak.
とっくに試したよ。でも不可能だった。
Yeah, it's too weak.
ルミ姉さんに頼んで車のバッテリーを用意してもらったんだ。トラックとかに積まれてる大きなやつ。繋いでみたら1秒持たなかった。
なんでと？
ガソリンを使う発電機も試してみたけどそれもダメだった。ガソリンが何ガロン必要なのか見当もつかない。だいたいそんな量のガソリンマシンには積めないし。ルミ姉さんね、ものすごく無理をしてくれて最新の燃料電池まで手に入れてくれたんだよ。
Even now isn't good enough.
未来の技術ってすげえのな。こんな小さなものがそんな大電力を賄ってるっつうわけ？
Itaru was staring in amazement at the futuristic battery.
SF 映画みたく生ゴミを電気に変えられたらな。で、このバッテリーあとどれくらい持ちそうなん？
多分あと1回か2回ジャンプしたらそれで終わり。
たったそれだけ？
しかもこうやってマシンが停止してる間もさ、重力場や座標点の計測装置なんかはずっと動いてるから、ジャンプしなくてもいずれ電池切れになる。残ったバッテリーで正確なジャンプをするにはあと半年が限界だろうね。マキセ・クリスを救いに行けるタイミングもそこまでってことになる。
Suzuha grabbed onto Itaru's back and took a deep breath. It was squishy and it felt good. Okay, man.
バッテリーが切れてマシンのコントロールを失ったらどうなるんだろう。カーブラックホールの制御も効かなくなるし、イベントホライゾンの向こうから 永遠に戻ってこられないとか。
縁起でもないこと言ったらダメだお。
あ、ごめん。
Wow, a lot. A lot. Yeah. Okay, so quantum computer. A computer capable of using quantum mechanical overlapping to perform parallel processing. While modern-day computers switch between two signals, zeros and one, to perform the calculations, a quantum computer is capable of calculating these two signals at the same time. This allows for exponentially faster calculations, to the point where it is expected that quantum computing will change everything about the world we know. Practical quantum computers have not yet been built. A black hole whose existence is, or a curved black hole. A black hole whose existence is predicted by current theories of physics. Unlike other black holes, the singularity at its center rotates. While other black holes have their singularities at a certain point, or single point, the curved black hole's singularity is a ring. Event horizon. Also known as the Schwarzschild radius. A point past which no information can be transmitted. Information transmission occurs via light and electromagnetic waves. Sorry, I can't breathe. There you go. But the incredible gravity at the center of a black hole makes it impossible for even light to escape. The boundary at which this occurs is the event horizon. Anything that occurs inside an event horizon cannot be observed from the outside. Since no light can escape, the center of a black hole appears black.
でも、そこってさ、どんな場所なのかな。今みたいに静かな時間が永遠に続くのかな。だったらそれでもいいな。
As she clung to her father's warm back, Suzuha started to feel very sleepy. She let her guard down for a moment. She was sure to fall asleep. She had been trained to fight it on the battlefield, but this wasn't the battlefield, and she was exhausted from crying. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let herself sleep once in a while. She sat down and held her knees like a child, then softly closed her eyes.
そっか。結局鈴葉はこの夏までに必ず行っちゃうんだな。たとえオカリンがどんな結論を出すとしても。
Just before she fell asleep, she thought she heard her father talking to himself. It's the 23rd.
これはまさにパラダイス。
Yeah. It's the 23rd. There you go. Alrighty, guys. It's about time that I end this stream. It has been going on for 4 hours. It's a long time. So, let me see. Yeah, not even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the one I did. Yeah, this was 3 hours and 51 minutes. This one was 4 hours. So, yeah, what's it called? I'm gonna just end the stream here for tonight. Got really far. I think next stream or the stream after, we're gonna be getting the ending I was looking for. And then after that, we're just gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going like down the list, because like there's certain endings I want to show you guys, because these endings are different from Steins Originals endings. At least different enough to where I want to show you guys. I want to show you them in specific order. So yeah. Anyways, hope you all enjoyed a long stream for you all. If you're watching this as a VOD, I'm sorry for all the times I had to leave and come back. It was a lot, but we managed. We got an extra long stream because of it. So a little blessing in disguise. But yeah, anyways, so hope y'all enjoyed. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you in the next stream, whenever that is. Hopefully, it should be soon. I'm not planning on like taking a huge break in between, but even if then, to be fair, if I can give myself some credit, since the Mayuri stream, so 1, 2, 3, 4, I've done 4 streams in like the past week, so give myself a little credit, dust my shoulder off a little bit, like yes, I've been giving you guys some content. But yeah, anyways, so until next time, hope you have a good rest of your night, or well, day. Oh, I got 2 subscribers. Oh wow, Merry Christmas. But yeah, no, I hope y'all enjoy. See you on the next one, and until then,